Hey everyone, this is Silriven, and I'm here today to have another long chat with Sam and Portergauge about World of Warcraft. This time we're going to be talking about Midnight, the 11th expansion, and the second installment of WoW's first attempt at doing a cohesive trilogy of expansions called the Worldsoul Saga. So, the gist of the overarching plot here is that a mysterious radiant voice has spoken to various heroes across the world of Azeroth, calling for help right around the same time that an eldritch entity made herself known by destroying a major city. This is the saga's main antagonist so far, Xal'atath. In the previous expansion, Xal'atath obtained and empowered a magical artifact called the Dark Heart, which she used to summon an army of void creatures. Midnight begins with her taking this army to attack the Isle of Quel'Danas, which is home to a powerful font of arcane and holy energy called the Sunwell. The heroes of Azeroth have been called to defend the Sunwell while an assembly of powerful priests and paladins work day and night to prevent the font's power from being absorbed by the looming void singularity that Xal'atath has summoned above. In this discussion, there will be spoilers for everything at Midnight that's been released at the time of recording, so that includes the game, the book Blood Ties, short stories, videos, etc., up until the start of the max level campaign, which we'll save for a future discussion. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, I wanted to kick us off by asking the two of you if you've generally been enjoying Midnight so far. What are your general thoughts? If you wanted to introduce yourselves, now is the time to do that too, of course.
Hey there, I'm Ash. I like talking about the story and just yapping in general. And you may know me from online as at Clara Ash as my social media handles. And yeah, otherwise, like I said, it's Midnight's quite an interesting expansion for me because I was just talking to Sil about how I'm quite a neutral observer in this. I was never I started playing in BC, but I was really more invested in by the time of Wrath. So Blood Elves are generally a sort of not an unknown, but it's definitely a culture within Azeroth in general that I'm a little bit more like, okay, I don't know a great amount about the Blood Elves, and this seems to be a very elf-focused expansion,
Mhm.
to say the least. Um, but otherwise, yeah, I probably have some more sort of neutral opinions in a sense, like sort of coming into this expansion with air quotes fresh eyes, not really, but you know. And Port, if you'd like to go next.
Yeah, I'm Portergauge. You probably know me from that tag on places like Twitter, Blue Sky. I'm a current Wowhead writer. I do a lot of lore writing there, and I am also a very passionate rambler about the lore. And I come in from the very opposite perspective, a very, very intense love of the Blood Elves and everything that made them unique in Warcraft 3, in TBC, and even in places like Mists of Pandaria. And I will have a lot of thoughts about how those specific aspects are handled in Midnight, but putting aside that, so far I have been enjoying myself in Midnight. I always really enjoy the gameplay of launches. I always enjoyed the kind of just deluge of everything that you get from an expansion launch, and even though I've yet to even go through them all, the stuff I have been has all been very enjoyable to go through.
Yeah, I think all of us have been quite busy too. So,
Yeah.
yeah, but we've tried to clear off as much as we can at the moment. We're all level 90. We've all done the main story. We've all been engaging with as many side quests and max level sort of gameplay loops and things like that.
I'm
So,
actually not max level on Porter yet. Don't look at my level 81.
Oh no!
oh, we're looking away. We're looking
Uh,
away. Zoom in on that level.
I just,
No,
with my limited time, I had to level my elves because if I'm gonna do max
yeah,
level story, I have to do the elves and see as many things as possible for them.
Of
of
course, of
course. Yeah,
course.
yeah. And especially with Silvermoon being a horde city.
Yeah.
So there we go. And I think we were going to start off though, a good place to start off that you noted, Sil, was probably let's start off right at the beginning. The
Yes,
pre-patch
let's
of
go back to
Midnight.
before with the pre-patch quality.
Yeah.
What were our impressions about that?
For me,
Mm.
I think my impression is that they're very stale at this point. Not to start things off a bit negative, but I think Blizzard really needs to innovate on the pre-patches because while I do think that the story bits we got with Romath and Umbric were a step up from something like Dragonflights, which was kind of just not anything. all.
It was just elemental. I remember those elemental
Yeah.
swarms, and you just like go engage with them. We didn't even get any
Yeah,
story.
we didn't. They didn't really. Why are the Primalists, a group I've never heard of, in the Badlands?
I
Who cares?
don't
Kill.
know.
Bye.
I don't know. Go stop them. I don't.
And it
Anyway,
was
yeah.
similar with the War Within, where those were kind of just. Yes, it's telling you a bit about the Radiant Song, but did it have anything to do with Dalaran or anything to do with going back to like burning steps and things like that? No, not really. It was just generic Azerite visions, kill, have fun classic references.
The War Within pre-patch actually made me kind of angry because one of the visions that they brought back was a vision of Arthas. And this is after Shadowlands, where they made a point in a cutscene in the middle of a raid to say, we are not talking about Arthas anymore. We are going to let him fade from memory. You know, this is an evil character. He's done. He's caused a lot of pain. We are moving on. So they put a nice bookend on that, on the end of, like, you know, arguably one of Warcraft's greatest villains, and maybe a protagonist, you could argue for that. And then what do in the War Within pre-patch is they make you fight a vision of the Lich King. So I was very angry at them for not committing to the themes that they established in Shadowlands.
I mean, if nothing else, for better or for worse, they've committed to that in Midnight because there's nary a
Yes.
scourge to be found.
I've noticed that there's barely any Arthas references, and like you said, Scourge. I think there's one minor side quest where the Scourge is still
There's
attacking.
a weekly from specifically the Blood Knights if you give them 3 emblems that send you to kill some random ghouls at the Thalassian Pass. And that's it.
They were just chilling. They were minding their own business. But yeah, so yeah, those pre-patch events. I will say that about Midnights. At least it had a little bit of story, like just a crumb of story. I think that War Within would have done a lot better if they had some establishing story with Dalaran, especially because I still feel very. I
Hmm.
feel like in Midnight too there hasn't been a mention of Dalaran, which is so odd considering Magisters
Yeah.
in Silvermoon.
I think the most interesting thing about the Midnight pre-patch was seeing Romath and Umbric butt heads a bit, but I think that in order to fully appreciate that, you needed to have read Umbric's short story. It gives you
Yeah.
like a taste
True.
of what they really dive into really well in the short story.
And I
So
also do think that the pre-patch starts the unfortunate pattern that will continue throughout leveling and perhaps, maybe or maybe not, into max level of Romath protests Umbric and his recklessness. Umbric's plan either goes off without a hitch or is a disaster but succeeds anyways. Romath is wrong and he grumbles and nothing happens. Romath basically just being kind
Umbric.
of the stooge to Umbric actually getting things done.
yeah, Romath is the stick in the mud.
Yeah, and I will say there is a little bit you can tell that there is a certain level of affection towards the Void Elves in this expansion. I will say that. You can definitely
Yes.
yes.
I have my
Some
Void Elf rants unlocked for later. But on the topic of the pre-patch in particular, I think the story was definitely a bit better easing into the premise. If it was introducing the Twilight's Blade, which we will
mhm,
see more in depth in both Eversong and Zul'Aman.
mhm.
And it even gave us a little glimpse of their leader with the ogre leader. I'm terrible lore aficionado because I'm forgetting his name.
I
All
can't
we need
remember
to
his name
know
either.
is all the ogres in this expansion are evil. Get
Yeah.
those guys out of here. They're all evil. You see an ogre, he's up to no good this expansion.
Oh.
Oh dear. But yeah, and I mean as the resident cult appreciator, I always do like a good cult, like, and I will say this, they have done cults just a tiny bit better. It does fall into that well, video games in general, not even this isn't just a problem with World of Warcraft, but video games in general tend to just reduce cults down to we're evil and we love doing evil and we're a group who are all together to do evil. At least sometimes in Midnight I've seen too that, we see that sort of conflicting element of I want to make sure I'm protected or I'm safe, so I'm going to something that may give me protection during this tumultuous time, which is, how cults work. Cults are very similar to fascism. They'll give you a promise that they'll protect you during times that you may feel very well, if there's a giant beam of void coming down from the sky, times that you may feel very scared, and then these guys come along and say, no, we can harness that, or, we can protect ourselves from that. It'd encourage people to join them. But of course, it's a little bit of,
Well, that's the interesting thing, kind of. I do think in Midnight itself, they do that very well, whereas in the pre-patch, they kind of go the opposite route of kind of embracing the ridiculousness. When you look at some of their notes of like, oh, one of their core tenets of the Twilight's Blade is never mention that we used to be called the Twilight's Hammer.
Yeah, it's the old WoW humor kicking in there. And I'm
I
like,
think those still work because it's a matter of like in that moment we weren't delving into the why of a cult, we were delving into their tactics in the zone, and then we delve into the why later in the expansion, and that worked.
exactly, exactly. And you always expect, like, it's just in this sort of situation, it's just a silly, the more silliness of like the introductory quest. So it's like, that's fair
On the
enough.
gameplay side, I do think they need a new shtick. They need something that isn't
Kill boss.
every 15 minutes a random person from an old expansion that is alive now for unknown reasons spawns, has no dialogue, and then we kill them. And like, oh, hey, Archbishop Benedictus is back. Does anyone care about that at all? The most important leader of the Church of the Holy Light, other than Alonzo Fowl, is back from the dead. The guy who literally was the spearhead of the entire Cataclysm expansion is alive again. Kill 3 orc warlocks, and then
We killed him again though, Port.
yeah,
It's okay. It's been dealt with. It's no fucking bother there. Anyway, but yeah, it pre-patch, pre-expansion events do have an element of silliness to them. I do think.
I always say it wasn't always like this. This isn't just like a requirement of pre-patch. When you look at, as loath as I am to praise it, Battle for Azeroth, story of the pre-patch aside, the format of that pre-patch phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like 2 week segmented stuff. The first week, each side gets their own story where they converge on a single zone. You get a bunch of unique, diverse world quests. You get unique PvP areas that tell a story about the back and forth of the zone. And then the next week, it culminates in the finale of that story, and it changes the format of the zone. There's new world quests. There's new side things to do. Teldrassil might have been a disaster at the end, but
Yeah, no, the pre-patch, which I remember that definitely the War of Thorns, because it left such an impression. There was like story there, and like we can argue forever about whether Teldrassil is like a good fitting climax to all that or not.
I've always said the moment that my pure optimism for WoW died was the moment Sylvanas said the words "can't I?" Because before
Yeah.
that, I was loving things. Was there clear flaws manifesting? Sure. But I loved the idea of, oh, the factions going at it here, the factions having their unique versions of these different side quests. It really made it feel like you are fighting on your side of the war.
Yeah, I think it did like a really good job of like establishing the tone for Battle for Azeroth, getting you hyped about your faction, introducing you to these major characters who would go on to be major players in the actual expansion. And then was the burning of Teldrassil side quest, was that part of the War of Thorns, or did that come after?
Yes, so it was basically the War of the Thorns was split into 2 weeks, where the first week was the Horde assaulting Ashenvale and the Alliance kind of following in their wake, trying to see where they were going, and then that led to the Alliance calls the Sentinel Army. They have a stalemate at the river in Darkshore. They're going back and forth there, and then week 2 was the Horde fights their way up to Teldrassil, burns it. The Alliance goes into Teldrassil, fails to save all the people inside.
Yeah, that was the quest that I remember the most, was like going into Teldrassil and just having that impossible task of trying to rescue everyone in Teldrassil and then you fainting before you can even like make a dent in it.
Fun story about that. My guild had a planned RP event in Teldrassil stuff because obviously we knew the burning was happening from the moment the expansion was announced. And so we had an RP event planned, and we knew, oh, there's going to be a unique phase for it. And so for my Alliance story, we decided, oh, it would be fun if everyone in our campaign didn't play the actual quests leading up to it until we could do it all together right before our RP event. And so the morning before, I had done the Horde version, and I saw the burning of Teldrassil. My guild members had not seen it, so I accidentally forced them to see the burning of Teldrassil cutscene 2 minutes before we did an RP event.
Oh
So that would be my
no.
lasting
Mood
impression of that.
the mood was a little bit down.
I think my chief complaint about the pre-patch for Battle for Azeroth is that those quests weren't available immediately after
Yeah.
the pre-patch ended for players to go back and experience. Like, I
Well,
can't
yeah,
remember
it
when they
immediately
added
made the
those back
expansion
in.
nonsensical, where, well, they're still not in. You still cannot play the pre-patch for Battle for Azeroth anymore. The only thing you can play is the Battle for Lordaeron.
Oh, okay, that's what it was then. I thought they added it back in. Okay, so that's still an ongoing complaint I have, is that that story is not accessible.
If nothing else, they've gotten a lot better at that. Of nowadays, if you want to go back and play the entirety of Dragonflight or the entirety of the War Within, you can do that because all of the story is still in the game. Whereas with like Battle for Azeroth, it's kind of borderline incoherent in terms of if you wanted to play it in order, because not only did they cut the most important part of the expansion, they also reordered the quests after BFA was done. So you will be doing things in a different order than someone who played it when the expansion was live.
Great, amazing.
Yeah.
So in
Anyways,
comparison, we could say that Midnights, while boring, at least didn't do anything so egregious. Yeah. Prompts for the future.
But I mean, if I want to point to a better one, Legion, honestly. I think Legion would be the one to aspire to, because Legion, a massive high quality intro scenario with the Broken Shore. Just kick off the
True.
bat. Insane way to start an expansion.
Yeah.
And then after that, for gameplay side, they had Legion invasions. Those were basically what we get now. It's like, oh, zone thing happens, do stuff there. Except unlike now, there was actual story involved. Like when you go to Hillsbrad, you battled with Helcular and you defended the Forsaken towns there. When you went to Westfall, you actually helped the characters of the Westfall militia. And they also had 3 weeks of progressive story of us trying to find a way to stop the Legion, which led us to Karazhan, it led us to Ulduar, and then it led us to find the Pillars of Creation and teleport Dalaran.
Going across Azeroth and finding those very lore standout items that related to the expansion that was incoming, both within Azeroth's own areas, and being able to sort of recount that history to maybe players coming in for the expansion. Tell them why those things are important. You know, like you said, it feels cool. It's like, whoa, this like artifact or item or NPC. Let's engage with them a bit.
It's interesting because I do honestly kind of think they kind of did do that, just not in the pre-patch. They did it in the epilogue of The War Within. It's like we get the questline with Arator. We meet Ilaria, we meet Sylvanas, we meet Varisa, but the players going into that, the flow doesn't tell them to go there.
Yeah, because it feels like it was kind of chopped off and maybe like the pre-patch event, maybe just to fill that sort of patch. That's the trouble with I've noticed, because of the faster patch cadence, it sometimes feels like things are split up a little bit strangely.
Like the fact that we have 12.0.5 on the PTR right now, and we haven't even seen the first raid yet.
Everyone, close your eyes! Close your eyes right now! Xalatath totally gets defeated. Don't look at your adventure guide right now.
I think this is gonna like generally come up when we talk about Harandar later, but definitely the way because they're kind of like telling a trilogy here, I think that there's kind of like some muddledness to the way, the order in which things have been like presented to us. Like,
and I think part of that might end up being in part expectations, where with as WoW players we do kind of expect more like isolated expansions, and whatever points they want to bring up are either brought up there or dropped like a rock.
Yeah.
Whereas now we kind of have to think, oh, will those come up later? That
Ah,
wasn't super satisfying, but it could be satisfying later.
we're turning into wait and see, guys. Dear
I
God.
was
Yeah,
gonna say that. Wait,
it
wait
has
and
been
see.
it has been integrated into the narrative, into the
Oh
gameplay
no.
design.
One minor thing that I wanted to bring up now seems like an appropriate time is like at the beginning of the War Within, during that, I think it was a BlizzCon announcement where one of the WoW devs, it might have been Ion, they had that t-shirt even, so they were
That
like making a
sword.
big deal over the fact that the sword and the sword hasn't come up like in the game.
Not only has the sword not come up, when we go to Silithus, nobody mentions it at the start of the War Within. It has no relevance to us going there.
They made such a big deal over the fact that they were finally going to get around to the sword and it still hasn't come up yet. It's been years.
Like I said, do you want my controversial opinion? I think that the sword is going to turn up in this trilogy, but it's going to be the thing that leads into the next trilogy. It's going to be one of the last things I touched on. Because if we're going to Northrend, how are we even near the sword by that time? It would need to be. I know that we've seen it like going to different zones in our expansion so far, but even then it's a little bit disconnected of going all the way from Northrend all the way to the sword, basically. So it's either midnight or it's right at the end of the last Titan.
I'm sure we've all had that thought of Azeroth waking up and pulling the sword out of herself. Everyone knows that's one of the possibilities that they do with it.
I mean, I'm gonna go for the other one. It just goes into dust, and it's like, whoa, everyone's because
Uh,
Azeroth destroys it with her own power, with a charge of Azeroth of it. But at this rate, like I said, we don't really know where it's place in the story because it is such a, like I said, it was a big pre-patch. Ironically enough, that was a pre-patch event because we're like, what sword? It's the sword. We've got a sword keycap. I should know because I have that sword keycap. I just say, as I love collecting. It's one of those things where it's like it will be a key. Wait and see, guys. But the thing
uh,
is that we have to look at like the last expansion will be in Northrend. Will it sort of lose momentum if we're in Northrend and then all of a sudden, because there could be a likelihood that Azeroth's world soul is under Ulduar. But the thing is
uh,
that then why would we go all the way back to Silithus? It would sort of lose the momentum being in Northrend for that. And I mean, the depth of different places to still see in Northrend or that you could build on within Northrend. So, like I said, it's either midnight or it's going to be that combining factor into the next. If they are still sticking with trilogies, which I have a feeling that they will be, because this is kind of a test run, the Worldsoul Saga. Um, that's when we'll be seeing the sword, and then they'll be like, "See, told you we'd bring up the sword." Winky
hmm.
face. I'm winking right now. You can't see me, but yeah.
It's
So
it's one of those interesting things where I think that they are writing in future tense a little bit internally, but I don't know how well that always translates externally. Like, I'll give an example that we all know and love: Rathian. The end of Dragonflight, a very explicit story where he says, "I am leaving the Dragon Isles. I am pursuing the Void Plot. I am trying to find a Ridicron." I'm sure internally that is very coherent because they know, oh, in the last Titan, Rathian will show up. He's chasing a Ridicron. That's when a Ridicron shows up. That makes sense. For us as players, we don't necessarily know that. And so we're just asking, did Rathian die off screen for the last two expansions?
he got literally fridge. He went to Northrend and died in the cold. Arathian died on his way back to his home planet. Exactly. Like to them, like the devs are probably like, why are the fans getting all het up about this? We already know. And then that's the thing. It's like they know, but do they know? I remember doing a talk with Sil, and I said, even with things like the sword, right? And even, for example, with Rathian and things like that, like I think we forget the the very large passage of time between events. Like, even with Rathian now, it's been 3 years, and I'm not
Especially
counting
because
that
we're
with
no longer in that period where, like, from Cataclysm to BFA, where expansions happened in 1 year in universe, even if they were longer in real life. Now they are happening with the passage of real time. So there's that real time factor of, okay, what is he even doing?
That is also like a complaint that I have about Midnight is that I'm really starting to feel like the drip feed of like main story to me. Like I feel like the middle part of a trilogy should be like the darkest, like most frantic like kind of part of your trilogy or traditionally is. And I feel like the story is like dragging like a little bit because we don't quite have these coherent like throughputs. Like what happened to the Radiant song? Like that hasn't come up once, you know.
I'm gonna even say this, what is Xalatath's intentions? We don't even
We don't
100%
That's
know.
another complaint I have is that we don't know Xalatath's motivation, and that's kind of starting to make me lose interest in her as a villain.
I can say, in fairness on that, we are definitely seeing, I agree we are getting drip fed it, but we are getting drip fed it. Whereas, not that it's a high bar to clear, the jailer, where it was basically just,
True,
you learn
true.
nothing at all, other than his vague speeches, and then just the entire thing is dumped at the end, with another wait and see. Whereas with Xalatath, at least, we're getting like, okay, we know she's the Harbinger. What does that mean? We kind of learn what that means. Okay, she's after the World Soul. Why are World Souls important? Oh, we see a bit of that on Koresh. We get more from motives there. Then now coming into here, as we'll talk about later in the Voidstorm stuff and some of the cinematic things, oh, we learned she was immortal, so she has some kind of motivations there. We are learning bit by bit. She wants the World Soul for herself, for some semblance of survival. Against what? What does that mean? We don't know. We're getting bits and pieces. I do think there is sometimes the issue of, and this is a long-term WoW thing, not necessarily a Midnight or War Within thing, of the difference of external media versus in-game cinematics, where even when those in-game cinematics are shown in-game, there's a certain disconnect from a linear nature of a narrative where how many people actually comprehended that Xalatath is immortal? Like, that's supposed to be a very big reveal. We really only have Illyria reacting to it in one line, and then it never comes up again.
I don't even think they show that animation in game, do
They
They
they?
do.
do,
That's
they
the
do in the
thing.
voice
You
one.
talk to Decimus and to Illyria in front of the ethereal area, and they show it. And then they talk like 2 lines about it, and then entirely move on.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
the one,
Okay.
remember the other day, so I was like, oh, they're showing this one again.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah.
I completely forgot.
Oh, you'd already seen it, or you'd already seen it, so we're
I
going
yeah,
through
I
flashbacks
watched the
there.
video again on YouTube.
That's what I mean, is a lot of the times, obviously, not every player is as clued in as we are to external media releases. So I think that's different for people who are less in the know. But for us, it's it's not really a reveal within the context of learning it as the characters do. We kind of just we learn it 2 weeks before it's relevant, and then we already know it. So we're kind of wondering why this matters as like a big reveal in our, like, even subconsciously.
And even more importantly, they don't like emphasize it or like linger on it in the game. I think they made this exact same mistake with the reveal in Dragonflight that Neltharion was kind of always an evil asshole even before he got corrupted by the old gods. He like tortured the Drakthir and like was cruel to them. And that is just something that like none of the characters who you think would be like a shocking revelation to, like Rathian, like that's just like not lingered upon at all.
Even beyond our love of Rathian, Alexstrasza, the person who in her mind is like, this is her beloved friend who was fallen to darkness. No, actually, he was never that.
Yeah, and this is the thing though. And then as a proto Drake, he seems okay. God, I'm
Hmm.
actually we shouldn't go into
Yeah,
Dragonflight
let's
story.
not like get
Yeah, because it
into
just
like
gets
talking
me
about
pissed
Neltharion.
off.
That was just an aside that I
Yeah.
wanted to bring up because I think it's like similar where they give us like really important plot details in a piece of external media and then that's not like highlighted or emphasized in the actual story, which I think can be kind of confusing.
there's a similar thing, which I think is actually a good segue into one of our next points, which is the intro scenario of with the Arator cinematic, the immolation one, where he kind of burns himself. There's definitely an intended parallel there between Arator's moment in that and Xal'atath's moment in her cinematic of Xal'atath was speaking way too personally to Arator about for her to have not done that herself. But with the idea of people not necessarily understanding, they do show that cinematic in game as an optional dialogue to talk to Arator when you first meet him in the intro scenario. And I was talking to a friend earlier today, actually, so it was kind of opportune. I was telling them like they were wondering, oh, why are people talking about this whole light blindness thing? Why are they talking about people being like corrupted by the light? All I've gotten from the expansion is that, oh, people are just being zealous. People are doing what you normally see, like the Scarlets. That's why we saw the Alonzo's Foul stuff. And I told them, well, did you see the Arator cinematic? And he was like, oh, was that what that was supposed to show?
And even talking to Arator in that beginning scenario, it's like, what was that? I don't even know. It was like I was burning or something, too intense inhabited me for like a few seconds. Why am I on fire? And he's still not patting himself off.
Well, it's the thing of I think that somewhat subconscious level of disconnect when it is sudden transition to external high quality CGI moment that I think people kind of have a disconnect of, oh, the dialogue I just read is leading into what is being recapped here because they're not framed as a flashback when they're talking about these things. They're framed as just suddenly it cuts Blizzard Entertainment logo in the middle of your video game. And I think that definitely takes people out of it at times. Whereas with normal cinematics, it cuts to black and then it plays the cinematic. It plays with the high fidelity versions of the models you just saw in game. And so I think with Arator there, you see throughout the expansion he's talking about, oh, I burned myself in wrath, or Turalyon had his wrathful moment, and him saying in Voidstorm, oh, I think there's something wrong with the light. I don't know how many people are going to pick up on that because the very core moment that is supposed to frame this is why he's talking about that so much is an optional cinematic in a totally different art style.
Yeah, I agreed there. Agreed. It is a very and like you said, I think because later on they do focus on the idea of the light and zealotry, that people do miss that there's this other force with the light as well that's been affected Arator in those moments and affected
And
Turalyon too.
affected Turalyon. On that topic, I was also talking to this friend, but he was saying, like, oh, I don't know why people are talking about this. This hasn't happened to any of the characters we've seen. And I was like, well, it's happened to Turalyon. And he was like, where? And I had to say, oh, it happened in the Blood Ties novel. And he was like, did I need to read that?
You kind of do. You kind of do. Yeah. No, that was another complaint. Not like a complaint, but it was just something that I took note of is that I kind of put off reading Blood Ties and the short stories, and I committed to finally buckling down and like reading everything before I played the expansion storyline and this talk to kind of like prepare for it. And I was like, holy shit, there's like so much information in this book that's like kind of crucial to like understanding the place that Alleria, Turalyon, and Arator start the expansion in. Like, would you have known that Alleria and Turalyon had this huge like rift in their relationship? Like the fact that like Alleria like rejects Turalyon's wedding ring and like doesn't changes her mind about becoming married to him. Like that's like such a pivotal.
That is never brought up in game, by the way.
It's
other than
not
only their relationship status of like people. I think there's an NPC that says, "Oh, your husband. I mean, your partner or boyfriend." It's never really brought up, and like you were saying, so like the way that the family interacts in the novel, it doesn't often translate well to how they're written in game either. And that was actually just one last thing before I wanted to. Maybe we should move on to MSQ now. But sorry, the main campaign. I'm no Final Fantasy
well
14.
First, have we kind of talked about everything we wanted to talk about for the intro scenario first?
Well, I think yeah, intro scenario would be a good place to talk about. I think this is an interesting intro scenario for me because I think it ties into one of these interesting things about WoW in general of for some reason they're really afraid of solo scenarios now and afraid of like instanced localized content where you are going step by step through stuff. Where like when you look at the Broken Shore or basically half the quests in Legion being these solo scenarios where you go to a place, it instances it in a specific format, and you're following this very kind of high budget things happen in a specific order. We don't really do that anymore. But yes, this is kind of a slightly evolved version of that where you're going through a quest line. It is in an instance version, but things just kind of feel way lower budget as a result because you're doing it in a scenario with other players. You can't fully have all those quest triggers happen at different moments without messing up the servers. So things happen at much lower, like they kind of slow the servers if they're all happening at different moments with each other. So we can't do the big high budget things. As an example of like the whole battle this void spire thing by gathering up all the sentinels, and it happens in the cutscene, and then more just kind of unceremoniously slam down in the cutscene, and then you see no effect in the game.
Yeah, I remember that. Like the part where you just before it transitions to like closer to the docks and things like
Yeah,
that. Yeah, it was very, like you said, it doesn't have the sort of same weight and effect as the Legion, like you said, solo scenarios. I do miss those. I do miss those a lot.
like remember how in like the Legion incursion things where like you straight up blow up a Legion ship, and there's a
Yes.
full animation where it blows up and it's gone now.
Yeah. But yeah, and then with that one, like you said, there's other players running around, and it's not that it's bad because it is an MMO, but it does feel a little bit weird in those ones that should be a scenario. You should be when they really want to focus on the story, I think they should maybe think about reintroducing those into game because I think they're good. I mean, it creates a nice sort of like little specialized story. It creates like, if you want to like take your own time with it without other players running around. Like you said, Port, it doesn't have any sort of issues with server and like handing in quests at different times. Quest, kind of stuffing up, and you're having to rehand it in.
Yeah, I mean, I can say it definitely does limit the length they can do them on because in a scenario format you are limited. Like, if you disconnect, you have to restart it. Whereas
Yeah,
they just do a quest like they do now. You can just pick it back up. So
yeah,
I
yeah,
get
Yeah,
those aspects of it.
yeah.
I think purely from a narrative standpoint, the intro scenario could have benefited from having like more of a throughput in terms of like its story. Like when you land in the intro scenario, Trallian's like right there and he's like, "Oh, find my son. I'm worried about my son." Like blah blah blah.
Right after he says, "No, we can't worry about the civilians. We can't worry about other distractions. By the way, go find my son."
Right, exactly. So, and then you stumble across Arator, and then he has that optional dialogue where you can choose to see what just happened to him, which is actually something pretty significant thematically, like we just talked about with the immolation. And I think there's like it feels a little disconnected, kind of like you're just kind of like chucked into the middle of this like chaos, and there's nothing really to kind of ground you or to kind of like reinforce the themes and like the characterization that was set up
Mm.
in the novel in particular for Trallian and Arator.
That's what's interesting is with do players who didn't read the novel understand why Turallion is such a hard ass to him? Like this is supposed to be kind of a I don't want to say out of character moment for him. It's supposed to be a stressful time period for him. But to the average player, they'll just hear Arator saying, "Oh, yeah, my father is like this. My father has done all this war stuff. He doesn't know how to do anything else." And they'll just think, "Oh, that's how Turallion is." And then to a player who in turn knows Turallion from previous story, they'll be asking, "Why is he suddenly a dick?"
Yeah, true,
Right, like why
true.
is he acting this way? Yeah, and then like this is going to come up later on, but there's like a moment at the end of the Voidstorm questline where he and Ilaria kind of like exchange this look between them and it's the first time they've seen each other in like God knows how long. I haven't
Since
been keeping
since
track.
she left him at the altar.
So she left him at the altar and like
How
gave
long's
him
it
back
been?
his wedding ring.
That's the other question. How long's it? Because Arator says
According
it's been
to
so long.
Arator, it's been like weeks since he saw her, but that kind of up, refers to the 1127 stuff, which directly ties into this mission.
Even when he says that though, it feels even longer because he's like, I haven't seen her in so long, and I'm like,
You'd figure
how
he'd be
long?
used to it by now.
Yeah, and I'm like, hasn't she been? Yeah, she's been gone for like 30 years of your life, mate. No. The thing is, it makes it feel a lot longer, and I was a little bit thrown with how the characters talk in game. It makes it feel like it's been a whole year.
Yeah, she could have been gone weeks or years. It's not quite, I don't think it's quite emphasized or made clear in the game, like how much time has passed or like what, or that there's even been a significant, like, cataclysmic event in their lives.
It's not helped by the fact that in game, when you do the stuff on Koresh with her and Arator, they're kind of implying that she never left Koresh. That after Dimensius was defeated, after Xalatath killed Locust Walker, she's just been there on the hunt,
Oh,
trying to find Xalatath. But at some point in between Dimensius dying and that quest, because that quest leads directly into her going to Voidstorm with that final cinematic.
Yes.
At some point in that, she took a detour, almost got married, and then abandoned him.
oh my god.
She's a go getter. She's a lady with movement in her life. Let me just say, she's busy. She's a busy gal. Yeah, it's a little bit that was a little bit odd because Sil was telling me about the book, and I was like, because I haven't read it and I don't intend to. But the thing is that yeah, just the time, and I suppose it's WoW again. I know people go on about timelines and times. It's getting to be a little bit unmanageable, I think, in
Well,
regards to firmly placing down. I'm
I
just
think
like,
we can
whatever,
talk
man.
more about timelines with Arator later, because he's kind of a big conundrum of timelines. And
Oh yes.
what's weird to me is I liked Blood Ties and I liked the intro scenario, but I played them in reverse order. So I played it on the alpha and then I learned why that was happening when I read the book. Most people will either read it as intended or not read it at all. I like the characterization they're doing for Terralion. I
Mm.
don't know if it's going to be well received by everyone, especially the very large subset of male human paladin fans in the fandom.
Yeah, like I can understand that they need a character like Terrellian at the moment. Like they need that sort of friction for the main characters at the moment.
And
But
in
yeah,
fairness, they took the more extreme parts of that and did kind of put them onto Lothraxian so we can do different things with Terralion. So I give them
yeah,
props for that. It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
he's
yeah.
not being still honest.
And I do like the friction between them. I honestly wish that there was more and that Blood Ties was even messier than it
Hmm.
was like towards the end, because I do feel like that kind of friction between characters does create like an interesting narrative. Like, so I want to see like more of that, and I wanted it to be kind of like emphasized more in game.
I wish there was more of that in game. Like when I first saw, because during alpha testing, you just see like text descriptions of the cinematics instead of actually seeing them. So when it says, "Oh, Arator steps in front of Zul'Aman, Terralion attacks Arator," I thought, "Oh, Terralion makes the choice to attack his son so that he can win the battle." And I was like, "Oh, okay, that explains so much about why Arator is such a downer about this, about why he has gone through such this struggle." But then when you look at the cinematic, it's kind of an accident. Like
Yeah,
Terralion is in mid-swing, actively hitting towards Zul'Aman, and Arator just get down, Mr. President.
I know, and I'm gonna say something, and we'll talk about Arator's overlap with Anduin later, but you can tell the difference between a story beat like in Son of the Wolf where Varian grabs and breaks Anduin's arm and that scenario. That was totally by accident. Like Terrellian is doing a dick maneuver, like he's attacking a guy who's just like, fuck you and your light. Zul'Jan's just like, in a situation where he does not like this enemy combatant, and he's like, fuck you, spits. That's what I think of the light. And Terrellian's like, how dare you say that about the light? And attacks him because he's having a moment of wrath, no relation to Rathian, having a moment of wrath and attacks him. Arator stepping in front of it, it was him attacking Arator was a total accident. I'm gonna put my foot down. That was like, he did not mean to attack his son and half chop him, compared to, let's say, Varian with Anduin in Son of the Wolf, where Anduin is a small child and Varian with his fucking huge powerful warrior arms is so angry at his own little tiny son, grabs him and breaks his arm. That's intention. No, it's still an air quotes accident, but you should never lay hands on your child in a moment of anger. That's intentional. That was a fucking mistake, Terrellian attacking Arator. I mean, once you start swinging a sword, you can't go, whoa. Sorry.
They emphasize so much of like, oh, the thing Arator was so torn over is, oh, he saw the light in his eyes when he did it. In my mind, I thought it was like, oh, in that moment, similar to what happened in Blood Ties, where in Blood Ties he had this moment of, oh, Arator's life is on the line. He basically says, light, do whatever you need. I will do anything to save my son. And the light takes him over. The light obliterates the demon, but then is still inside of him and starts turning towards everyone else, all the other warlocks there who are good. And that was a clear moment like, oh, something is wrong with the light. Terrellian is overtaken by the light in a way that is unusual. When I saw the beta stuff, I thought that's what was happening, is Terrellian, in his anger and his frustration over Ilaria and everything, the light overtakes him, and he doesn't distinguish between actual foe, which is Zul'Aman, and Arator, his son who is trying to protect his foe.
Yes. No, it's just Terrellian had already warmed up for that swing. He was already midway. You can't, when you're swinging a sword that big, it's like you said, Paul, it was just a pure, like, I was attacking my enemy, and like you said, Arator did a get down, Mr. President, straight there. So it's, yeah, and then like Arator's angst over that, I would have been more like, shit, Dad, you were gonna attack a guy and you hurt me instead. Like, what was up with that? Like, you seem
I
really
mean, he could have
aggressive.
explained himself, but he says, no, just no.
No. Wax a hit where your hand dramatic. No. I think it's very, it's definitely, to me, it read as an accident. I was like, oh no. And Arator takes it very personally, and I'm like, oh, and like you said, it's just it was the light. It was light in his eyes, like when he was attacking someone. I'm like, what else is he going to be attacking his enemies with? Is he- Me, a paladin? No, none of that light for me today, man. Like, I'm just going to use my fist, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think also like making that moment more direct, like Terrellian is like hurting Arator in a moment of anger, like his rage is directed at Arator specifically, would have been like a better preamble or justification for how depressed Arator is when you encounter him next in the MSQ, to the point where they recorded like a whole new set of voice line, a click dialogue for him when you click on him when you meet him next. So
He's so sad. He did an Anduin. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who's the only other person you've done that for?
I think it was a cop-out to have Terrellian attacking Zul'Aman specifically, and then Arator leaping in front of that, and then suddenly his angst comes from the fact that he was attacked when he threw himself into the line of fire. Like, what did you expect to happen?
Real though. Yeah, that was a little bit silly, and I
kind
think
of similar to how Anduin was hurt by Varian in a moment of rage. Like, that rage was directed at Anduin specifically, which I think is like better justification for Anduin wanting to like
and like
run
Anduin
away
was a little
to
child in
Velen.
that.
He was tiny, yes.
And this fucking
What do you
monster
mean?
after man.
Arator is only the ripe age of 40 years old.
40.
He's
The
a
wee
tiny
lad.
little guy. He's just a little guy on his birthday, and his dad attacked him. Dear God. But yeah, it's a very, like, that's actually a good comparison between those. Like the Son of the Wolf Varian Anduin interaction, that is Varian isn't wrong. What the hell is wrong with you, man? And then this is more like, I don't know, Arator, you kind of your dad was attacking an enemy. Like, you shouldn't. Like, Zul'Aman was definitely like baiting him to attack him, right? In that
Yeah,
very
for
Which,
tense
sure.
good on
situation.
him.
Yeah, good on him. Like I said,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. I have nothing bad to say about Zul'Aman, by the way. I'm just a
We will
forewarning.
talk about him later, I think.
I'm
Yeah, we
wiggling my
will
finger
get
here.
there.
People can't see me do that. I'm like, Zul'Aman's just a young guy. Anyway, now he's a young guy that's
Yeah.
written like a natural young guy.
I think this is like a problem that we encounter with WoW specifically in the game more often than otherwise, but it's just them being kind of afraid to take the good, quote unquote, good characters, the protagonists, and like having them do despicable things, like having them do
Or
things
even
that
just
could.
bad things in a dark moment or in a weak moment. Or like, we talked about this a lot with the War Within of Anduin. And his lowest point was just kind of thrashing about at a shadow in a cave and losing hope.
Very true. Anwin could have gone a lot lower. Like I said,
He was a
if there
little
was
rude to
anyone,
Thrall
yeah,
in a desert.
just a little rude. I'm gonna say this Anwin could have gone. Like I said, I mean, I'm still sticking to my Anduin could have easily joined a cult of the light in that moment, and you could actually show how the light worked as a cult-like mentality in that moment, and actually would have set it up better for this expansion. But
Yeah,
I
it
digress.
definitely goes back to as like what we were talking about with Anduin, where they didn't want to like bring him to too low a low or like any low, whatever. Like he didn't
Yeah.
become a drunk. He didn't like hurt people like, you know, just as himself. Like it was all attributed to the jailer, and they just like they couldn't bring him to like any kind of like really low point, like
He never made any
at the
mistakes
peak of
again.
his depression. Right. He
Yeah.
doesn't make any mistakes as Anduin, as himself,
Yes.
that the narrator
No.
wants to acknowledge, which is even though he objectively has, if you look at the
Many
mess,
times.
even if you look at the mess of Battle for Azeroth, you can still kind of like make that argument, you know, for him. But the narrative just seems to be afraid of like taking characters that they want to depict as heroes or faction leaders or any like force of good, and to actually like taint them in some way by like doing something that could be viewed as like bad, you know, which would otherwise create like interesting friction.
But that's what's interesting is I don't think they're afraid of that with Turalyon, because when you look at Turalyon in Silvermoon, he's really obviously like that coworker Dick who is really, really insistent on things going his way.
Yeah, I think it's very select characters. I'll actually reframe this. Blizzard are very scared of writing characters that need to be heroic in the long run as doing anything that could be perceived as genuinely negative that isn't
Oh, so you
like,
mean Turalyon's very obvious death flags?
oh, that's why they're doing this, Turalyon. They're only allowing him to be a villain, air quotes, so he may die later on.
So he can
And
get his
they,
Darth Vader moment, basically.
yes, he can have his Darth Vader moment. And the thing is that also sets up like you know, motivation for Arator to maybe to keep on pursuing Xal'atath, because we have it's either gonna either be Xal'atath that kills Turalyon, or maybe the Fel, who knows, or like, you know, factions aligned with the Fel. But the thing is that they allow a character to make those mistakes if they can somehow punish them in a very usually intense way later on. And it's like, oh, okay. So like you can do these things, but it's usually very harsh punishment. It's not just like characters understanding maybe where they came from, or just saying you need
I
to
mean,
change your
as much as we
behavior.
gripe about how they treated Rathian, Locust
Yeah.
Walker got fucking obliterated for his mistakes.
Locust Walker just fucking died, man. Like, I suppose that Blizzard couldn't take any more heat about how they've been treating a brown man in their writing. At least most of our other guys here aren't, like I said, characters of color for intents and purposes.
Yeah,
But anyway,
even with Turalyon, I would argue that they're not kind of going as they're not pushing it as much as they could have, because he's just kind of spouting gas like in Silvermoon. He's not like actually doing anything.
Well, it falls into the interesting thing where this is also a game, and the boss they're setting up is not Turalyon. It is the three very obviously evil leaders of the Vanguard of the Light who are constantly saying and doing evil shit. Like, oh yeah, we'll have those unwelcome things purged from the Sunwell, or
Yeah, yeah.
locking up Ed for his warlock stuff and things like that.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess my complaint is that they're pulling their punches where they have an opportunity to take him there. They're like still going like, no, we need to have like a reason for why he's not actually attacking his son. Like
Yeah.
Varian did in Wolfheart.
This does partially tie back to what we were saying of, if they did that, that would be very predicated on the events of Blood Ties, of the isolation he's found himself in right now, and his reliance on the light as a result. Would players know that that's why he got left at the, like, it's because he got left at the altar?
No,
Yeah.
right.
He
Which
got
never
dumped.
comes up in the game. No one would know if they hadn't read Blood Ties.
I think they should have maybe brought that up as a sort of a sign that why Tyrellian is like acting out, in that sort of sense. I think that would have been compelling.
I mean, they don't even need to mention like the wedding. They could just go have him say, "Look, you left me, Illyria," and leave it at
Yeah.
that. Because
Yeah.
that, to people who know the book, they know. To people who don't, ostensibly, she did leave him because they have not seen each other since the start of the War Within.
Yeah. Yeah, true. But even then, it's still like, is it just Illyria's air quotes normal leaving, or is it her? Now, this is a separation from each other.
hmm Um, aside from gripes with the tie-ins to the book and everything, and with the mechanical stuff of the intro, I do think the intro accomplished what it wanted to do, which was framing this as a different expansion from Legion, where with Legion, the intro is a failure and it's just a failure. And that sets up the worldwide invasion that we have to fight all over the place. It is this massive stakes. Whereas with this, we almost get that, but then the Sunwall stops it at the last minute. And I think they did that really, really well, where in that kind of second to last quest, all of those void portals open and it's just everywhere on the Isle of Quel'Thanas. I think that's the moment where they got the scale right of just skybox totally changes, everything is hazy with void. The place is overrun. And so when you get to the Sunwell, it really emphasizes, if this didn't happen, we would have had another Legion.
Yeah, I think they also did that really well. And I think it kind of like sets up like a good pause for like the rest of the expansion to continue. So there's not this question of like, oh, why are we like questing in Eversong Woods, like chasing
Mhm.
or in Silverman City, like after this Hawkstrider chick? It's kind of like, okay, we stopped the imminent threat. We have like this coalition of like powerful priests and paladins who are kind of keeping the threat at bay. So it's kind of like a nice pause for like leveling to and exploration and like other things to happen.
Yeah. And I think especially that, not just a general pause for that, but also just the framing of it is so good with how they utilize downtime in Midnight, where ostensibly there's not really anything we can do. Of like, yes, the individual separate plots of the zones happen, but we also just have kind of, let's imagine that the Twilight's Hammer stuff just wasn't happening. The Light Bloom stuff just wasn't happening. We would kind of just be waiting around in Silvermoon for Umbric to find a solution. And I think that's good writing of like, we have the downtime where there is nothing us as players can do about the Sunwell stuff. We help them in the Arator's journey, where like, oh yeah, we help sustain them, keep their energy up. But us as players can't do anything about that. And so we have the kind of narrative freedom to do these other zones without constantly asking the question, what about Xalatath? What about the Void stuff?
Exactly.
Because we have such a clear answer of, it has been held back until Umbric gets his answers, which he is doing off screen, and they establish that very well. We can't do anything. So we might as well help out in Quel'Thalas, in Harandar, in Zul'Aman in the meantime. So they justify why we're in the local area very well.
I agree with
Yeah, I
that, by the way.
agree.
That's one thing I really do like about this expansion and its zones. It makes sense that we're just doing this, by the way. That's why I'm really enjoying like just the general questing in Midnight. Like it does have a sense of urgency with, the Void Storm. But like you said, it's not anything that us as a player character directly can do, but we can help with the, the progress of that research and plans of, defense or attack basically
It's
tied into
it's
that.
not like something like, not that we always tie back to it, but 10.1. Farak is on the loose. Farak is terrorizing the cliffsides of the entirety of the Yunnaran Plains. We're just kind of meandering about in Zarelot Caverns doing other things. We don't care.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started about
Just a
what.
brief tangent of an example of that being weird. They do that very well here by contrast, where we know why the Void is not an active world-ending threat right now.
I think it's also like a really good use of lore characters. Like, I think WoW at its best works best when the player character is kind of a grunt. Like, I realize we're a hero who have like done like all of these like grand things, but I think like it's just like a good use of like, oh, like Velen, and Anduin and Talia and like all these other like really powerful light wielders are kind of like holding down the fort, keeping the threat at bay. Well, we kind of like go off and like do other things because we are the grunt. We are the member of the army.
Right. There's always been that question, and there still is that question for a lot of characters in Midnight, but there's always that question in every expansion of, where is X character? Why isn't X character solving the problem? And I think if you're doing a light expansion, Velen is chief among them. Of like, if you're doing a light versus void story, he would be the guy handling shit. He would be the guy just leading the charge, especially after his Legion arc. So it's really smart to put him in a position where his immense power is being put to use elsewhere, and not in a way that feels like, oh, he's just being written out of the plot, but in a, he is vital to the plot. The plot would not happen if he was not doing this thing that takes him out of the story.
Right, exactly.
I'm glad that Velen is there, by the way. They have not
I love
forgotten
I
me
love his dialogue of like, oh yeah, everyone else lacks my constitution. So he's like,
You know what? He's not wrong. He's not wrong there.
Velen built like a brick shit house. But like seriously though, that even though he's old grandpa, he really is being a Draenei. But yeah, so I agree with all of that. There's some really good things, and also in regards to that, would we like to move on now to our individual feelings about each questing zone? May I
Yeah,
say?
let's. I think we've kind of covered all we wanted to talk about with the intro scenario. We can move on to the faction zone, Silver Moon City. And Porter, you
Yeah.
wrote in green. I wasn't sure what you meant by
No.
that.
Oh,
Okay.
you fibber, Sil. You know exactly what green is.
I don't.
Everyone does.
When you look at, let's say, the Blood Elf Heritage armor, what are the main defining colors of the Blood Elf Heritage armor?
Green,
Red,
gold, and
green,
red.
gold. Yeah.
When you look at Kael'thas Sunstrider, most iconic Blood Elf, what are the colors you would say define Kael'thas?
Definitely those green fell orbs that like orbit his shoulders and his head.
When you go, like, let's say, okay, let's look at someone who isn't a villain now. Grand Magister Ramath. What are the colors that define him?
Red, gold, and green. Specifically his eyes. I don't know. I actually couldn't tell you if they're still green at this point, but they were at one point.
Let's look at even a character like Lorthamar. Lorthamar, he has blue gems on his armor. You look at his eyes, his eye.
Green.
Green.
Green, yes.
Green is a very iconic color for the Blood Elves as a tertiary color for their palette. And when you think about the Blood Elves and you think about even beyond the dark magic aspect, there's a delineation between their high elf colors and their blood elf colors. And those blood elf colors do not exist in Midnight.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was something that kind of like drew me to them, like as a player who is not like super saturated in Blood Elf lore, but did play a Blood Elf. That was the first character I rolled that I got like invested in, was like, and that those are the colors I associate with them, specifically green, because they have ties to the fell magic that they use to kind of replace the Sunwell that they were kind of like addicted to, because they no longer had access. Their source of power, their source of like lifeblood was like corrupted, and so that was just something
Let me
turned
ask,
to in
before I go
desperation.
further, I want to ask a question to Sil, who is not super familiar with Blood Elf lore. What are the Blood Elves addicted to?
I would say fell, like from my memory, that it was fell magic.
No.
No. Okay.
So that's a really big thing, is They are addicted to arcane magic. They are addicted to magic itself.
Okay.
And the whole thing with the Sunwell was that it was something that did and still does sate that addiction, because they had their society over thousands of years was so saturated in magic, they had just a passive reliance on it. And I'll ask this also. When blood elves and high elves do not have magic, what happens to them?
They start to
Well,
kind of wither away. They like go insane.
No.
It's like no.
No.
Okay.
No.
you're like,
That
damn it.
happens to the Nightborn,
Yes.
but with the blood elves, they like somewhat mentally deteriorate. It is very uncomfortable, but it's only really very young or very sick and very old people who actually would die or wither away from it. The wretched were overindulgence of magic.
Oh, okay.
It's good that I have someone to talk to this about, because I don't know if Blizzard Entertainment knew these things either.
Oh, damn.
Okay, so as someone who rolled a blood elf, because I was very attracted to their lore, I got the impression from like the character creation screen and like those intro quests that they were like elves who had kind of like were in a desperate situation and had turned to like some sort of like transgressive like way of behaving to kind of like bridge that gap.
No, that's totally true. That's totally correct.
So it was arcane, it wasn't fell. Okay, I think I just
Yes.
kind of like jumped to fell because green is so like integrated into their original design.
Well, so that's the thing. Most blood elves never used fel,
Mm.
Okay.
ever. They got their green eyes through basically background irradiation, because the fel crystals were what were powering their cities and powering their magical structures. What the dark magic that blood elves used in TBC was mana tap. That is an entirely arcane spell that they used on living creatures to extract the magical energy from them. Their whole transgressive thing was never fel magic. Most of them were never using it.
It was mostly just the elves that followed Kel'Thuzad out to the Outland, wasn't it?
Yes. And even then, they were mostly using nether magic, not
Yeah.
fel magic. Kael'thas didn't really start using fel magic until Magister's Terrace in the final
Yeah.
patch.
It was like ages, because he was doing stuff with Illidan, Vashish,
Vosh.
Vash,
Yes.
thank you. When they were running around and doing all the mischief
Yeah, which
regarding.
that is also notable, because the way that Kael'thas got involved with them is because Vosh and the Naga bonded with Kael'thas and the Blood Elves over their addiction to arcane magic. And they both came to Illidan with a promise of learning ways to sate their addiction to arcane magic.
Okay, so my part of my problem is I didn't play BC. I started playing during Legion. So I think that was just
Yeah.
totally like a assumption I made based
Well,
on the
that's-
expansion I like jumped in to the middle of.
That's kind of the thing of, if you didn't play through it, if you didn't go through it, if you look at the modern Blood Elves, you wouldn't know any of that.
No.
You would think that TBC was just this dark period where they used evil fel magic, and then the Sunwolves was restored. They have holy magic now. They don't need to use evil magic anymore. And that's that. You would think that it cured all of their problems. And I think some people at Blizzard Entertainment also think that, because it's very important that the reignition of the Sunwell did not cure their mana addiction. It sated their mana addiction. They are still addicted to magic. Everything with the Sunwell is basically exactly how it was. It just has light thrown in on top of the arcane.
Yeah, I
Okay.
feel like they're the only elves that. I don't even know this. Are night elves addicted to the well? Well, it isn't really the Well of Eternity anymore. The Well of Eternity 2 up Mount
Oh,
Hyjal
yes,
or
they
Moonwell.
they are kind of. It is more or less, if you blew up Nordrasil and the Well of Eternity was gone, they would go back to being addicted to magic. The reason why the Highborn Night Elves became High Elves when they traveled to Eastern Kingdoms is because the distance from the Well of Eternity cut them off from their source of magic and caused them to devolve.
they're
That's
like,
why they needed the Sunwell.
yeah. So they use the vial of the Well of Eternity again.
So
And,
it's a very fundamental elf thing, from the Nightborn to the High Elves to the Blood Elves to the Night Elves to the Naga. They are all addicted to magic. Would you know that from the main story of Midnight?
you would,
Absolutely not. No, it doesn't.
I
It
would,
doesn't come up.
I would argue that even since Legion, they've tried to kind of hide that. Like, not so, like the Nightborn, yes, like their whole story is about that, but
I was actually under the impression that the light infusing in the Sunwell cured the Blood Elves of their addiction, which I assumed was spell addiction, but it was arcane addiction. But that is still an ongoing thing. They're still addicted to the arcane.
I do think people currently at Blizzard do think the Sunwell cured them, because certain side quests do say that the reignition of the Sunwell cured their mana addiction. But that's not the case, because if you look at as an example, the Cataclysm intro. You know how they updated all those intros for the new starting zones when Cataclysm came out?
Yeah.
The Blood Elf one, while it's the same starting zone, got an updated vocal intro where they're basically talking about how after the reignition of the Sunwell, their magic addiction is sated again. But while some elves, like Leodrin, want to embrace that holy power and redeem themselves, some of them aren't as fond of giving up the dark powers they acquired during that dark period of their lives. So it's basically, the intention there was a conflict between the ones who want to embrace the holiness of the Sunwell versus those who saw, okay, the Sunwell blew up and we were left with nothing. If that happens again, are we going to be left with nothing again because we gave up all of these dark powers that helped us counteract that? No, I want to keep those dark powers.
Which I think is also Umbric's point.
Yes, exactly. So Umbric, that ties more into the Void Elf problem, is starting at the end of Legion, they took that internal conflict of the Blood Elves, cut them in half, and made it into an alliance race.
they're like, we're actually stealing Blood Elves for Alliance. Kind of is. That's kind of crazy when you think about it. It's like,
So
yeah.
when you go into this expansion, or even if you look as far back as the end of Legion stuff, when you think of Grand Magister Ramath, you would probably think he's really obsessed with the Sunwell and its holy power, right?
Yeah, you know what? Agreed, yeah.
With how much he's going against Umbric and his Void stuff. Ramath was the one who introduced Fel Magic and mana tapping to Silvermoon.
Oh my
I
God.
remember that too. Yeah, from BC.
Okay. All right.
And yes, obviously, he can progress. He has regrets about that because of everything that happened with Kael'thas. But Ramath was the big proponent of them finding alternative sources of power, even as late as the Miss of Pandaria. In Miss of Pandaria, you see him and Aethys squabbling over, do we work with the Kirin for this stuff and the distrust we have for them, or do we set out on our own, find these sources of dark magic to wield for ourselves and claim independence from the Horde?
I remember that, yeah.
And like in that expansion, the squabbling over like Kirin versus independence was the plot there. The use of dark magic was not. That was just kind of a given for the Blood Elves. Oh, they experimented with the Shaw. They wanted to see if the Shaw could work. Oh, they claimed the anima golems from the Throne of Thunder.
Right. Yeah, the anima.
Did we see a
as well.
single anima golem in the entirety of Midnight?
Well, now that we have Anguish, wink,
Well,
a totally different power source, wink, so yeah, it's a bit of a
three
weird
guesses.
one.
Who was the one who wielded the anima golems in subsequent Blood Elf stories?
Was it Romath?
It was
it's
Astalar
Astalor.
Bloodsworn.
Yes,
Oh.
the same guy who's making us go for the blood now.
Who, at present, I would say is the one guy who is still reminiscent of all of these things I'm talking about.
Yeah. And the thing is and also, by the way, a funny sort of comparison of our listeners, think of the elves as being addicted to ciggies, and they're like, we're over our addiction now, we're on vapes. So it's completely different. So that's the arcane addiction. They've gone from cigarettes to vape.
As much as I didn't pick up on like the intricacies of like what the blood elves were addicted to and what their transgressions were. Like I think the thing that I latched onto initially with the blood elves is that they were doing something transgressive. They were dabbling in forces that would have been frowned upon by the alliance members, and they did that for survival purposes. So it's really jarring to me playing through like all of these quests in Silvermoon and in Midnight where Romoth is like really aggressive towards Umbric for doing like basically the same thing, like but
Yes.
just with like a different flavor of like transgressive magic. Like I would think the
It's
blood
it's
elves
purple instead of
of all it's purple instead of like arcane or green or whatever it was. So
Yeah.
that's the thing that I keep getting hung up on, is that like, oh, I wasn't attracted to the blood elves, and it like all of this like holy like righteousness that's like coming from Romoth and like other blood elves like just seems like very it's just not what initially drew me to the blood elves, and that their place in the horde, like how the horde kind of understood that and took them in as outcasts. Like they were kind of outcasts, they were like a desperate people who
it
had
also is
been
the thing of when you look at why they were put into the horde beyond population stuff. Ostensibly, they look like an alliance race. They look very conventionally pretty, and what made them the interesting subversion was they have this facade of nicety concealing this rotten core.
right, exactly.
And from mostly the hit, like blood elves, well, back when they were high elves, were a part of the alliance. I know that from Warcraft.
And are still a part of the alliance. The modern high elves are still a part of it.
Still a part of the alliance. However, the off split of that and then the history of the blood elves, because of, I mean, this is one thing that's a shared sort of theme between horde races. The survivors, essentially. Shit has happened to them and they've survived through that. And sometimes it's that is a recurring theme with the blood elves and also the high elves technically, but also the blood elves, is sometimes their alliances are alliances of circumstance. Basically, they have no one else to turn to in those situations, so they have to go with like, to make sure that they survive, they have to do certain things, and that carried over into their thematic stories along with their, how they sort out power is what I generally got from it as well. But like, yeah, it's very.
Well, I can ask. You mentioned the alliances of convenience with the horde, and obviously, their story in Mists of Pandaria was a matter of kind of building that to be building more of a genuine bond with the horde over time. Where's the horde? Is the horde in Midnight?
Now this is what's really interesting with Midnight, and I'm gonna like, maybe this is controversial, maybe it isn't. I don't know. I read it on social media. Midnight still feels like an alliance expansion. There, I said it.
Well, I guess to emphasize that point, who is the main character?
It's Arator, and he's
Who are the secondary characters?
alliance characters.
Terralion.
Terralion and
Ilaria.
Ilaria. Arator is not a horde character. I'm sorry, he is so not a horde character.
Well,
Like,
they really, really want you to believe he is.
oh, I don't. You see, now I'm just gonna say something. This is why I actually do believe that there is going to be. I mean, other than the spoilers, if our listeners are listening in and are like, what spoilers for the first raid? Ella Atman, possibly a troll raid, right? I'm going to say that it is going to be an air quotes troll raid, but it isn't going to be trolls who are enemies in that raid. It's going to be whatever is like reminiscent on that isle. But I think, now hear me out, I think that they may make the first patch again very horde people's aligned, because I still feel like the core of the last two expansions has been very alliance based. It's alliance main characters, it's alliance sort of like
Thrall
theming.
did
I know that sounds.
nothing in the War Within as heavily as they used him in the marketing and the merchandise. He did nothing.
He said, "You can do it, Lufcella. Peace out."
I don't even think Thrall is going to be in The Last Titan in a way that will be
I
satisfactory.
do. He is on the marketing for BlizzCon this year. He will be
But
in it.
he's always on the marketing, Paul.
Yes. The question is, he will be in it. Will he do anything of consequence?
That's I share that sentiment, which is really God. There's an elemental lord plot calling out for Thrall in fucking Azeroth at the moment, and then it's because we're focusing on the light and void again. And
But I think one of the reasons why I talk about all of this and why I use kind of the green as a jumping off point is kind of ostensibly, yes, we are in Silvermoon, capital of the Blood Elves, the most popular Horde race. How are we writing the Blood Elves in this expansion? Are we emphasizing their ties to the Horde in their capital city? Not particularly, beyond a Horde exclusive area that just has some banners up.
One of the things that I remember from the original Silvermoon was like, I think like right when you walk in the gates of the city, you see like a group of like Horde races. Like there's a Tauren ambassador, I think there's a Troll ambassador, an Orc ambassador. There's definitely a Tauren. I remember that in particular.
They
and
are
just
still in the
walking
city.
around.
They are there. They're sitting in a nice area, which is a cute callback. But who goes there other than people just trying to explore the NPCs of the city?
Right. You don't feel the Horde's presence, especially in the Alliance portions of Silvermoon.
And I think the other reason I bring it all up is because, okay, they don't have the Horde here. What did distinguish them from just being High Elves? Their dark magic. Their reliance on the Horde. Neither of those things are present in this expansion. Are we writing Blood Elves, or are we writing High Elves who painted their ceilings red?
That is I'm just, you know what I'm really shocked about? The total lack of undead in the sea. Like the closest neighbors and the characters that would understand the Blood Elves the most, and we've seen that. We've seen that through World of Warcraft's history. The Blood Elves and the undead have always had like a connection.
Is there still a portal, a way to get to Undercity? Well, Undercity is gone now. Never mind.
Capital City is still there. Capital City,
Yeah.
where the portal was too, is still there.
Yeah.
But I will say, can I just do my mini version of my Windrunner Spire rant now?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go-
you know
go
what
ahead.
we're talking about?
Okay,
We're talking about Silvermoon.
Like we've mentioned, if we're talking about connections to the Horde, undead, the people who recruited them into the Horde in the first place via Sylvanas, and even counting Sylvanas out, they were there. They were helping against the Scourge. We still see some civilians in Tranquillian, so that's nice to see, even if they're not particularly commented on. We see that the former leader of them was unceremoniously ousted, but you can say, okay, that was due to the cult stuff. That makes sense. The people in the cult were trying to oust the people in power.
Yes.
But there is an entire subrace of undead elves within the Forsaken who died in the defense of Silvermoon. Are they in this expansion at all?
There's no fucking Dark Rangers.
Not a single one.
There's none. It's so weird.
Do we even have characters mention if you, the player character, are a Dark Fallen elf? Not a single time.
Like, I can understand. I can understand maybe not having the Horde's allies from Callan not here immediately, right? But it is so weird how they.
Well, I can say this. I have a, in terms of us talking about the timeline stuff, this is a ostensive spoiler for the main story, for the max level campaign, but they showed it in the launch trailer, so it's fair game. So back when they first announced Midnight, the premise was Light versus Void uniting the Elven tribes. But when you look at Midnight, I think it kind of makes sense. Okay, the people from Kalimdor are pretty far away. Stormwind is pretty far away. The only reason we have all these paladins is because they were literally summoned here magically by the light. And the timeline of Midnight is not very long. It's maybe a few weeks at most with all of this stuff we're doing, unless you count the Arator stuff, which is
Whatever.
It's a very short timeline. So you can say, okay, people outside of the immediate vicinity of Quel'Thalas are too far away. It makes sense why the Horde might not be here. But then you look at the max level campaign, and they invite the Night Elves, who are on the other side of the Dragon Isles. So they clearly can invite people outside. So even just the simplest question: where are the Forsaken? Nowhere to be found other than Kalia, of course, because it's Kalia.
Yeah, of course.
So what undead presence do we have in this expansion to represent the closest allies to the Blood Elves and the Horde? Oh, we murder a bunch of them.
Oh yeah, in the bloody Windrunner Spire. Yeah.
So we go to Windrunner Spire and talk to the ghost of Lyrath, who is perhaps voiced by Josh Keaton, the voice of Anduin Wrynn. And he tasked us of, okay, we are going to cleanse Windrunner Spire so that my sisters can come home. How do we do that in Varisa's wing? Oh, we fight animals, we kill some animals, but the final animal, this fierce animal who's trying to kill us, we let it live. It's just a fierce animal protecting its home. So we let it live, this Dragonhawk. How do we deal with Illyria's wing? Oh, it's just more ghosts of the past. They're not really people, they're echoes of the Second War. We defeat those echoes of those orcs and trolls. That's not really hurting anyone, it's just echoes there. How do we deal with Sylvanas' wing? A bunch of undead are here doing absolutely nothing. They are literally they want some of the abandoned treasures here, which we actively also want right now in the quest. So Lyrath is just totally disdainful towards them. Go murder all of them. Don't tell them anything, just murder all of them. That's our only Forsaken reputation.
It's even more egregious because it's Sylvanas' wing. She was the leader of the Forsaken. The one with the most empathy towards them.
Well, they end that wing by saying, oh, she would never want to be worshipped.
But the Forsaken did look up to her. She's the Dark Lady.
This is again the little rising head of Blizzard's writing. A real leader would never want to be a leader. They don't think they're good enough to be a leader. Stop that shit. Stop that. Cut that shit out right fucking now.
Right. Sylvanas wanted to uplift. She took her rage from Arthas and all that. She wanted to uplift these people who had been put in the same position as she was and kind of turn them into something better. That was the whole point of her character.
So you sound genuinely so sad there.
I am sad because Sylvanas was the first lore character that I ever got attracted to. Because the first character I really played was a Blood Elf, I wound up in the Ghostlands really early on when I was first playing this game, and I found her locket in Windrunner Spire, and I kind of followed that into the Undercity, and then I kind of got to know her, and I was like, oh, this is such a tragic character, but it's really cool that she's kind of taken her trauma and kind of tried to make the best out of it, and that's the Forsaken. I thought that was a really cool concept, and they just don't seem interested in following up on that at all.
I'm gonna say this too. Midnight seems to impress it's difficult for me to describe this. It's like Midnight likes Sylvanas more as the elf that she was than Sylvanas. And they're trying to be remember the elf she was.
Yeah.
And at the same time,
that is not a Midnight specific issue, I will say.
Yeah, it's been.
You can see that in Shadowlands very much.
Yeah, they really leaned into that, starting in Shadowlands, specifically with that cinematic where she's kind of confronting her two selves, and there's a sharp contrast,
ego?
Right?
Her alter ego, Booty Flagrante.
You notice in that cinematic, the focus is not on Sylvanas, the character we have been with for the past 20 years. It is on High Elf Sylvanas, the shard of her that we have never met before other than 2 missions in Warcraft 3. And she is the one who delivers all the messages. She is the one who does the acceptance that this is me and opens her eyes, and now they are blue.
And I'm going to say this too. Because I saw some people talking about this on social media. Quel'Thalas, they've chucked his shit in a river or something, right, nearby this city, right? Quel'Thalas he did fuck up, right, a lot in his life. However, and I know that the Blood Elves at the end saw him as a traitor, but I think that retrospectively, I feel like his people could understand that he may have gone mad because of like what things he was exposed to out there, but he didn't technically. I mean, technically, he put his people in danger, air
Well,
quotes, but he
he
was
put them
trying.
in the only situation he could because
Yes,
they were stuck
exactly.
in Quel'Thalas. The only choice they had to go try and sate their addiction was head out into Lordaeron, try and stop the Scourge. So they joined Garithos. Garithos tries to fucking murder them, so they're forced to join with Vosh and go to Outland. He doesn't really have a choice there. And the big thing with Kael'thas's character in Warcraft 3 that I will always emphasize, he rolls over like a fucking dog to anyone who will help
Exactly.
his people. He was very mellow voiced. Yes, he had that simmering anger, but he was so respectful to everyone. He was so subservient to everyone because he was trying to find anyone that could save his people. And that was the whole tunnel vision of his character is he when he got to Outland, Illidan did not do that for him. Illidan didn't give him the long-term solution, so he was forced to turn to kill Jaden.
Yeah, exactly. Illidan was like, yeah, no, totally work. Illidan, Lord of Lie. Everyone's like, Illidan's the best. Fuck Illidan. No, I'm only
But it's
joking.
like when you look at Shadowlands, would you get the impression that Kael'thas was a tunnel-visioned, misguided, but ultimately good leader? Or would you
Oh
get the
my
impression that he
god.
was selfish and arrogant and solely focused on vengeance?
Look, as much as I've complained for hours and hours about Rathian's handling in Dragonflight, I cannot imagine what it must have been like to have been a Kael'thas fan and then to get that portrayal of him in Shadowlands. I knew nothing about the guy, like next to nothing about the guy. And while I was playing that, I was like, oh my God, this is like the most grating thing I've ever been exposed
Yeah,
to in this game.
it's not fucking good. And then like compare that to Garrosh. Oh my god, I don't want to even get started on it. Like,
Not to oppression Olympics it, but at least with Rathian, he's kind of an isolated character. With Kael'thas, we have this entire full expansion doubling down on how terrible he is and how literally nobody in the entire expansion has any sympathy for him. Like I don't know if you read them in the intro scenario, all of those weapons from Tempest Keep and their descriptions. How they gave all these weapons really cool backstories, and then every single one ends with, and then that fucker Kael'thas used them, and now we need to redeem them in the light of the Sunwell.
it is so fucking bad. It is really bad. And I feel like there's like a strange connection to like and again, people have brought this up, like Sylvanas and Kel'Thas, right? I feel like both of them deserve a certain level of sympathy. They're like definitely with their stories.
Sylvanas absolutely
That's the
does.
thing. I love Sylvanas. Sylvanas did significantly worse things than Kael'thas, of a significantly higher degree of her own volition. But I think it makes sense, and it's a very interesting tragedy that the Blood Elves remember her only for who she was in life, only for who she was when she was part of them. And the undeath, for good and for ill, they basically block that out of their minds. And that's a very interesting kind of tragedy for her character. And for the Darkfallen in general, of as much as they're not actually in the expansion to show that, I think there's that interesting tragedy where to the Blood Elves, they're just this constant reminder of the worst day of their lives. So it's better to either pretend they don't exist or not be around them.
Yeah, it could have been such an interesting contrast in the expansion to touch on that history. This is the thing. This is if they do want to have Kel'Thalas's statues thrown in the river, at least provide some sort of contrasting idea from some other group in game.
Perhaps someone like Astalor Bloodsworn, someone who is very
Yeah.
clearly delving into dark magic. It would be interesting to see him say, hey, because I mean, of anyone who is most complicit, number one is probably Ramath, so, but number two would be Astalor Bloodsworn, the person who brought the Naru and gave it to Lady Liadrin.
Even if they wanted to like say the reason why Rometh is acting up and being so like hard-headed about all the stuff is he remembers what Kel'Thalas did and he feels sad because he doesn't really like he trusted Kel'Thalas and he feels like Kel'Thalas went down. Even sort of change it that he's like, oh, Kel'Thalas was a traitor and this. Like, have his actual personal connection there and be like, one time I did call him friend, and I don't want
I
to
mean,
see,
before
more
all the
people
Umbric
around
stuff,
me.
I was always on the crack route with that.
You're like, damn it. Anyway.
I'm very much of the opinion that Ramos just has a series of boyfriends he has to leave behind because they keep going crazy and doing dark
They
magic
keep
shit.
doing all this shit. Unbelievable. But yeah, even at least having a story. This is the thing again, and I know that probably the devs would counteract this with, we just don't have time. We just don't have time to explore all
We
that.
have time to go boop those cats on the snoot in those
Oh my
side quests.
god, those gooper cat snooper boopers. Oh my fucking, don't even get me started on that too, because I'm maybe a millennial myself, and I may say, oh, I'm a little bit EP sometimes, but even then, no more of this.
You're also not writing it into a video game.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not writing for a video game. I'm like, no more of this. Look, we have time to waste. This is the thing. I don't mind fun quests. I don't mind fun quests whatsoever in this game. It's good to have fun quests. But if you're spending like multi-part stories on, I don't fucking know, patting a dog or chasing a cat or some shit like that.
Can I say my pettiest gripe about Silvermoon in this expansion? Blood elves, very characteristically cat people. Elves in general. Not a single new cat model. They added a dog cafe with magic blood elf dogs to make the blood elves dog people now.
You shaking your head, but like, this ain't right in my soul.
I did
All
stumble
these
across
dogs.
that.
I
The dog
love
cafe.
dogs are great. Blood elves are not dog people. Orcs are dog people. Tauren are dog people. Blood elves are cat people.
Yeah, they get on with the Arathi the best,
They have
basically.
you
Oh my,
killing cats in Far Strider Isle. There's so
Yeah.
many side quests and world quests that have you like killing lynxes.
say that is a
Oh.
nice little callback to the original beast. I'm saying
No,
nice.
it is, yeah.
Yeah, it is a little callback to
But
the
I
original
just
BC quest.
my point of it all is, I guess, moving on to actually talking about Eversong,
Yes.
I kind of have a similar thing where, in my mind, I delineate Eversong Woods as a main story quest and Eversong Woods as a Blood Elf remastered zone. As a main story, I think Eversong is maybe the best intro zone they've ever done. It is so succinct at introducing all of the elements you'll be facing in the expansion back to back without feeling horribly rushed. At times, you can say, yeah, we kind of jump between them, but we do kind of move down the path of Eversong pretty naturally before we reach Deathhome and then head our way back up towards the Amani stuff. We learn about the Light Bloom stuff with Arator and Owena. We learn about the Twilight Cult stuff with Arator and Umbric. We learn about the Light Bloom stuff again with the Amani with Arator and Leandrin. There's a bit of a pattern here, you might notice.
Yes.
But that aside, I think as a main story, it does all those things really well. But other than the final portion against the Amani at the Amani Pass, what about Eversong is a Blood Elf story or a Blood Elf zone?
Yeah, it is kind of like you said. That's one thing I've noticed with this expansion. The main story, like, I'm just putting aside Harandar because I feel like I'm not going to be too harsh on Harandar. Actually, like, I know
Oh, I
people.
will.
Yeah, you'll be, but I'm just going to say this. I can understand what happened with Harandar from actual game creation perspective, and like having to cut cost and probably creating that zone and being like, shit, man, we can't scrap all this fucking work, and then being like, we need to repurpose this for a different area. So I can understand that, but the MSQ for Midnight runs really smooth. I actually really do like that. There's a good sort of flow and a good sort of progression. I never felt like, how War Within sometimes felt a little bit like, oh, hurry, we gotta go, we fucking going. There's only a few places in Midnight that I feel like that a little bit. I think it actually does pace itself a little bit better, and it's like, I'd say a majority, like a good fair portion of its side quests do help bolster that story. But like you said, Paul, it is sort of lacking again, and this comes back to the whole science sort of divide, isn't it? because they don't write main quests for both factions anymore, they've had to create a very homogenized story. And I would say that the threats at the moment in World of Warcraft and the main sort of ideas in World of Warcraft are very homogenized. They don't have that divide because we're fighting an intergalactic threat once again. So it's difficult for what should be a horde area, Eversong Woods. It's like like you said, what feels blood elfish about this in the main story? No, nothing. There's nothing. We're following this ever-present sort of world threat again, right? That holdover from Dragonflight's fucking writing of just being, oh no, it's chill and relax, and it's still this sort of like world-ending threat with a non-denomination in regards to your story focus, basically. Yeah, it's true. It's like got Arator, and it's like he's character, man. Come on,
It's the thing, because I think their intent is that Arator as the through line is the representation of it being that story. Nobody considers Arator a Blood Elf character. Not a person.
I don't think there's anyone who will argue that Arator is Blood Elf at all. He's completely not. His story,
When
his
you
themes,
look
even.
at the rest of Eversong, the only place that really feels like something happened in between Warcraft 2 and now is the fact that things are red instead of blue, and Windrunner Village, which turns out to not be because of the Scourge, but because Lyrath and the other spirits are really sad.
And also the Dead Scar. I was looking for
Yeah,
it, by the
which
way. I was like,
you can kind of see an imprint on the map, and when you do some of
Yeah.
the side quests, they mention like, oh yeah, it's healed up near the city, but it's still present down south. No, it is not. It is
and
not
also,
there at all.
there is like, those. I think it's like in one of the buildings. You can tell like there's a a mage who specializes in like botany, and they're trying to grow things in the Dead Scar. That's what I kind of picked up from that.
Well, you say that. She's actually a character from TBC. And there was a
Oh,
quest line with her where she, back in TBC, was trying to investigate the soil to see. Oh, she was trying to investigate, is there anything we can do to cure the Dead Scar, to fix the Dead Scar? The end result of that quest line was no. There was nothing they could do. They could try and cover it up, but they could not fix it. And I do, obviously, the Sunwell, the light, brings in a different factor to that, because we've seen in like Eastern Plague Lands that yes, the light can kind of cleanse the corruption.
you've read my mind. What was the first thing that I said to Sil when I was in Eversong Woods? I was like, why doesn't the light bloom run down the Dead Scar?
That was exactly what I was hoping for when I saw the idea of this being redone. Because even in the preview for the expansion, when they were showing, they said like, "Oh yeah, the Sunwell has been healing Eversong, but now with this burst of energy, it's healing it too much." So I thought, "Oh, okay, the Dead Scar is healed, but it's going too much in the other direction now." That was the interesting idea for me. But no, the Dead Scar is total. There's some of the trees are slightly shorter than the rest of the trees. But otherwise, you wouldn't know that the Dead Scar was there if you didn't know that the Dead Scar was there.
Yeah, it was such an opportunity to make it still clear that something wasn't right. Like, make the trees like, how they have those big old white, the light bloom trees over near the
Yeah,
Amani. Make those on the like
they
white
just have
trees
those in random areas. That's what I don't get. It's like there's just one in the middle of Fairbreeze Village.
Exactly. And you know what really irritates me? Like in real life, when you get a deep scar, right? And your hair, there's a chance that when your hair regrows, and this happens with human animals, right? When you get a deep scar on your body, there's a chance that the hair that grows back in that situation is a completely different, because basically your body has to go, okay, we have to go fucking force here. You'll either get hair again or you won't get hair, or when the hair grows back, it'll be a completely different color. And that could be pure white sometimes with scars
Hmm.
because you've lost your ability to produce like melanin in,
Well,
centers.
and that's even the thing of when it heals the scar, it heals it with collagen. It doesn't heal it with the exact same flesh because
Yes.
your cells don't have. You are grown. You don't have the malleability to do that anymore. But it's
Yeah,
still,
exactly.
it grows back enough to be functional. It heals the scar, but the scar is there. And the dead scar should have been that of, yes, they can cover it up, they can fix the corruption in it, but they can never erase what happened to them. What happened to them leaves a scar on their
Yeah.
Right.
people.
Yeah. That was exactly the thought that I had, was that the dead scar was like such a striking part of like the Blood Elf starting experience. And just in general, I'm like really fond of the idea, like, especially in fantasy fiction, of like trauma kind of like leaving some kind of like magical like effect on like a land or like
Well,
a people
that's
or
what's fun
something
about
like that.
fantasy in general, is its themes made manifest in very literal ways. Of like, when you
Yes.
look at Sylvanas as an example, nobody is going to do omnicidal plan like universal genocide in the way she's going to do. Nobody can or should be redeemed from genocide. But Sylvanas' story there is, albeit poorly attempted, a story about redemption. It's a story about making mistakes, and how do you find that moment where you say, I made a mistake, what do I do now? Do I wallow in it? Do I just accept something that causes more pain to myself without healing anyone? Or do I turn it around? Do I enact restorative justice? Do I fix my mistakes as best I can, even if I can't, even if I'm not forgiven, even if I don't fix everything that I caused, I can still do better. There are good themes behind the very poorly done Sylvanas story
Oh, yes.
that are only possible because it is a fantasy story and we can tell stories on that very grand scale. And it's the same with the Blood Elves. Of, there is not a literal magical necromancy scar that is going to show up in real life as a result of cultural trauma and cultural loss. But there are still things that you can kind of, like Hiroshima, Nagasaki. Those are areas, those are never going to heal within our lifetimes. Those are permanent scars as a result of damage done to them, and that is very often reflected in the Japanese people. The dead scar was that, more or less. And the fact that it is just gone, that just, the reason why they are called blood elves in the first place, you cannot, there's not a single sign of the reason why they exist as blood elves in the zone.
Yeah.
Even Death
Yeah.
Home is, for some reason they made it just like generic Twilight Hammer area of just, it has just like generic corrupted trees and just generic brick ruins.
Yeah, that was so weird, wasn't it? Like, it's just like, okay, there's cultists here now. I was like, I don't think it was cultists. Like, I mean, I can understand change. Like, maybe a little story of how, like, booted out what,
Yeah, like
what remaining
tearing it
spirit
down,
was
sure.
there.
Having it be ruined, sure. But that would still be such a barren area, because the whole story there is that used to be the site of their mother tree. That was the site of the main tree of Eversong's forests. It was this magical tree connected to everything. They'd made Illyria's bow from that. And the first thing Arthas did when he came to Quel'Thalas was he chopped it down and he defiled its roots. And he built Deathhome on top of it. And so, if you're gonna have it be in ruins, at least show the roots of that tree, maybe. Something.
So going back to what you said earlier, the funniest thing is like Arthas's story kind of ends now. However, the time that would have been perfect to bring back Arthas is reflecting on this rather than just his fucking visage in that bloody pre-patch event. Actually, just still note at all like the blood. If there's anyone the blood elves should always be shaking their fist at, it's Arthas. Like he killed like 90% of them.
The thing in Battle for Azeroth, the one thing I will praise, is that Arthas hangs over the narrative constantly. He haunts the narrative very literally. Sometimes actually literally, like showing up in Jaina's visions. But he haunts everything that Sylvanas does, everything that Jaina does. He haunts Anduin, for
Anduin,
better or
even
worse.
like in that
Yeah.
cutscene where it's like a literal shot for shot remake, Anduin approaching Lordaeron is like a shot for shot remake of that cutscene from Warcraft 3.
But nobody even really needs to mention Arthas in that, because, and there are ways to do that in this story, even to show, oh, we've moved on from that, by saying, like, you don't need to mention Arthas with it, but you can show progressive change of like, have the Dead Scar healed, but it has the same grass color as the stuff over by Windrunner Spire. It has that kind of discolored grass of something new is growing here, but it's something new as a result of the damage that was done. You are healing, but you are not forgetting.
Yeah, I feel like that's such an echo of like the problems I have with Sylvanas' story is that we're never going to have the Ranger General again. Like she went through trauma that fundamentally changed who she is as a person, but she became something new. And like that doesn't mean you throw out the baby with the bathwater and like try to make her back into that Ranger General.
And that's what's frustrating with like when you have that conversation with Illyria and and Verisa at the end of 9.2 when they're like up in Oribos. They have this conversation like, oh yeah, we hope our sister can come back to us as she was again. And it's like, she won't. She never will.
Never will.
She's gone. She's gone, man.
And it's a matter of the story is not telling that to say, oh, these characters are wrong for thinking that. They're portrayed as correct because the end of that story is Sylvanas gets the good part of her soul back. The good, I know, details, but she gets the high elf part of her soul back, and now she can properly feel emotions like a living person again. Now she really is a person. And so all of the time of her being changed by her trauma was actually just she was missing the piece that she needed to be put back into her to revert her back to what she was.
It's very, I know this sounds crazy, but it sounds very religious in a way that
I was about to say it's very fundamentalist. It is very there is this issue I've always had with the Windrunner family, despite my love of the individual characters. Ever since Shadowlands, okay, again, a rare moment of me praising BFA. I love the Three Sisters comic for its story because that story ends with, we are not the people we were when we left. All three of them are essentially exiles from Quel'Thalas. None of them are who they were when it was still High Elven lands. Illyria is corrupted. Verisa has all of the horrible things she did to the Blood Elves and all of the trauma she suffered. Sylvanas has both, basically. None of them are who they were, and try as they might, it is a tragedy that they cannot go back to that. They tried their best. They just can't. It is a very somber, very sad moment in the story, but it was a really poignant kind of end note to that Windrunner reunion idea. And then we keep digging back in that mine. We keep digging back to go, oh yeah, we'll do another reunion. Lirath is back again. They can return to who they were. We've forgotten that the family is gone. It is a tragedy that it can't do that. They are different people now. Instead, they've done this thing with Sylvanas, where even in the most recent patch, which I do think is good writing, they have her say this thing of, I've worn many titles before. Ranger General, Dark Lady, Banshee Queen, War Chief. She cast all those aside when she came to the Maw. But she'll always be a Windrunner. The thing that only fundamentally matters to her is the blood ties she was born into.
There's just an issue, and I think this. Well, actually, I'm going to argue the issue with WoW, and I feel like I'm the guy who's the guy standing in yelling at the wall. World of Warcraft has an issue that a lot of fans pray to, which is this like near constant, and it's very odd, and I'm not going to go into it. The devs can sit with that and ponder that.
Pulling all of this into kind of a cohesive capstone, we've talked about Eversong long enough. I think my issue with how the Blood Elves are portrayed and how Quel'Thalas in general is portrayed is the reverence for what they were is treated as the aspirational goal. It is good that they are fully healing from what they were, not changing at all, and going back to what it was. The Sunwolf, going back to what it was. All of their opinions on magic, going back to what they were. People like Sylvanas, like even Illyria, honestly, going back to how they were before all of the indelible things that happened to them. And it needs to be fundamentally understood that obviously they did not directly cause Arthas or the Scourge. But the point of the story of the High Elves is their hubris was their undoing. Their inability to help anything outside of their borders until it's right on their doorstep almost got them killed against the Horde until someone like Illyria decided to go against their king and go out and fight the Horde and do good. The Scourge happened because instead of answering the call of Medivh or the call of Lordaeron to send people to help with the plague that was spreading, they ignored it because it wasn't their problem until death itself was at their door, and Anastarian died for that. All of their issues with magic, getting so indulgent on magic and this sole source of power that could never possibly be destroyed, we abandon Oriel. We have this shield that protects us from the outside threats. It just takes one guy to take down that shield, and their entire civilization is destroyed. The font of their power is blown up. They are now left starving for magic.
And I'm just going to say this real fast too. It's such a shame that they've always missed out on the Worgen being the frictional aspect to the Alliance to conflict with this story, because the story is aligned so well. The weird sort of like isolationist getting
I
the
mean,
comeuppance completely again
that's
and
also
again.
the interesting thing is, yes, a lot of these things in Cataclysm with the Worgen were the same, where they paid the price for their isolationism when death itself, in the form of the Forsaken this time, was knocking at their doors, splitting their people. What unified them was accepting the indelible change of the Worgen curse. Uniting in this shared struggle allowed them to live. And then you look at the modern story, and actually, no, the Worgen is just all bad. It is them being Gilneans that is the good thing. That's the only thing that matters.
English people.
Yeah, I feel like this is like a general problem with Warcraft, and I don't know if it's like a problem that's like come out of the age of the franchise or like whatever, but there's definitely like a running theme with like, going back to how things like used to be, as opposed to just like taking like the characters and moving them forward. Like with Sylvanas, with the Worgen, with the Blood Elves, it's like it's all like callbacks to like how they used to be before the trauma and before all the interesting things happened that like got everyone invested and engaged in like their stories and the expansion. And is what made them good stories, like they're interesting stories to tell. There just seems to be like this trend of like trying to like go back to like some kind of like nostalgia.
It's this interesting thing where I think there's twofold things. One is Warcraft, as it was in Warcraft 3, was a franchise of subversions. It is taking this typical fantasy concept, turning it on its head. Orcs, instead of being evil and bloodthirsty, they're honor bound. They are good. They had a dark past. You take the High Elves, the snooty, above everyone else immortal elves. You shatter their immortality, you shatter their reliance on magic. What are they when they are the people at their lowest? You take undead, generic zombies with no brain who just serve an evil overlord in D&D. Now they are people. Now they are free-willed and also zombies. And it's all of these interesting subversions that over time have been subverted against. So we're subverting the subversion, and we're just going back to basic fantasy things.
I'm gonna say this. A lot of Warcraft's subversion with original Warcraft games did take heavily Warhammer.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
they were already trying out all those versions. Like the High Elves were definitely Tolkien-esque elves, but they were like prey to their own egos, which was a very common theme in Warhammer, and it was causing great wishes and rifts between different elven Warhammer, and like their zombies weren't the usual zombies in Warhammer either. Even though I will argue this, everyone in Warhammer is kind of evil. everyone's everyone's kind of up to a little bit of mischief, you know what I mean? But yeah, it definitely borrows. And actually, just following guys' ideas there, and just touching again when I was just bringing up blood and family. I think this is a thing that I was watching something the other day, touching on, and it's the idea of stagnation and the idea, and we've touched upon the idea of like Kingcraft and how like bloodlines are still vivid with craft and that sort of stagnation that occurred within those. This in particular, and that you can quote me on this, Ash 2026. It's a video on basically incest and the idea of incest being anomalous and allegorical to the idea of basically, as in it causes stagnation with things, and that's often applied to royal family. Um, and the idea of continuing even with Warcraft's essentially very long-lived races, that stagnation can occur. And I'm just like both you said, stories of stagnation within story writing and wish to return to an element of like peace. Does that peace or stagnation become a continuing idea of not allowing things to have that diversity, to have that fear of change, the fear of letting technically blood in? I think that may be like a unintentional theme that may be occurring here. So, yeah.
I mean, that also ties to beyond even just themes. There has been an issue, I think, that has been happening since the end of Battle for Azeroth, where WoW is being written as if it is a single player game, as if we are wholly wrapping up certain stories, tying their stuff in a nice bow where problems are solved, and then we still have expansions after that. So, the Horde Council, all of the people with any kind of dissenting opinion, dissenting morals, is booted out of the Horde. Everyone is exactly the same in morals, all friends. The Horde is solved. And now we haven't seen the Horde since then. When you look at, like, the Night Elves, at the Emirdrasil stuff, we have more or less solved all of their problems. They're best friends with the undead Night Elves now. They're friends with the Druids of the Flame, friends with the Primalists, friends with their own mages. All of that problem and dilemma is solved. There's nowhere for the Night Elves to go, and they're only really going to show up more because they're a popular elf race that they want to keep having show up. When you look at the Goblins, which is a thing of, even though I do think Undermine is an improvement in terms of portrayal of goblins compared to previous stuff, Goblin story is also solved because all of the core characters of the goblins are now best friends in a ruling council, and they all agree on the things to do. There's nowhere for the goblin struggle to go because we wrapped it up in one patch. And now in Midnight, it's trending towards the idea that we are just solving all of the Blood Elf plight. They don't have their addiction anymore. They don't have the scars on their land anymore. They don't have the internal conflict with the Amani, with themselves, and the Void Elf stuff. We're wrapping all of these things up, and it's just, they're your most popular race. Where are they going to go after this? And it feels like there's this issue where each patch with like a given race or a given group wants to write the definitive story. They want to write all of their conflicts and explore all of it and fix them. And then we still have to tell story.
Yeah, it's stagnation. It's fear of change. But they are creating change, but they're creating a situation where change will be more difficult to engage with further.
It's a thing where it almost feels like, I don't want to speak too much on developer intent or developer internal stuff, but it feels a lot like, because not all developers know their own longevity at the company or how much they will be able to have impact on the stories they love writing in future, that they want to leave their mark now. They want to leave their mark as the story that people
It's
will
now or
remember.
never.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And even on like a minor scales of things, if I do think, when you look at something like the Viridistras questline, such a good, memorable quest, but I think the wrong lessons were learned as to why. The reason why that quest works so much is because it doesn't resolve everything. It builds on these years of trauma that existed within the dragon story that was unresolved. It resolves it for one guy, and not even fully. He still struggles with all of that, but it's one guy moving forward amidst a damaged flight. It's the same with the Blue Dragon stuff. Blue Dragon stuff, I would say, is a pretty definitive conclusion, but it builds on trauma that was never addressed in Cataclysm, and it leaves open stories for the Blue Dragons to do other things, because we only really united a few people of their flight. Whereas I think a lot of other forms of trauma are kind of newly introduced to the story just so they can get solved along with all of the other lingering things, like
Like
all of this Light versus Void
Dalaran.
stuff with Arator, or yes, Dalaran, of we introduce these big massive things that happen to people, and we either just don't address them or we wrap it all up immediately and there's nothing to chew on going forward. Like the Earthen are a great example too. With the Earthen, this interesting divide in their conflict. We solve it within 1.5 zones, if that. And there is no more conflict within the Earthen.
Yeah. It's like you said, it's that difficulty of overlap, like you said, with the actual game production for a air quotes live service wow. And like you said, maybe people seeking to leave their mark, right? Like the story of time, insert group here. And like I said, I mean, ironically, like I said, again, it's creating stagnation because it's like if you want to resolve everything, that element of stagnation will occur, and it will be more difficult to create a story out of said stagnation.
And that's the thing. Yes, the counter argument to that is, oh, well, they can just make new stuff. And yes, they can. But that's less interesting when you're in an established 20-year-old setting. Like, as an example, the reason why I think the Arathi work so well is because, yes, they are brand new, but they're based in more or less unresolved, unexplored stuff from 3,000
From
years ago.
donkeys. Yeah, donkeys years ago. And you know that the new stories make is going to be world-ending thing is happening. Oh no, guys, we have to go stop it. And it's like, yeah, okay.
Maybe that's just a testament to how like fraught the development cycle is because like okay, so think about like the Night Elves plotline, like from BFA to Dragonflight. Like that's potentially like an incredibly compelling story is you have like a beloved race in the game, their home is destroyed, this like home that's been like, you know, the starting zone, like the origin of like lots of memories for the player base. There's like a lot of emotional investment there. You know, why wasn't that storyline more appreciated by the player base? And I think it's because it was just kind of like chopped up and kind of like disjointedly like pieced together. Like I think the reason why we had homeless elves in Stormwind for so many years is because like a developer just had like the random idea of like, oh, after
Yeah.
Teldrassil, we should have homeless night elves. But then no one kind of like
Well, because that developer probably left the company. Yeah.
yeah, and like
Yeah.
no one really was kind of there to kind of pick up the thread of like, oh, what will be the emotional impact on the player base to see these homeless night elves in Stormwind for like 5 years or like however long it was between like BFA and
If you look
Dragonflight.
at the Night Elf heritage takes place one sub patch before the Night Elves get their new home. So they it has to take place in the homeless Night Elf area because that's the only place they had to do those quests.
I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh at homeless night elf area, but I'm laughing. Oh no. Yeah, well, yeah.
There's
Again.
this issue. There's this issue of while we mentioned earlier they are thinking future tense in a lot of things in the broader plot stuff. I don't know if they're thinking that way in the world building side of what is left behind after we've told this story. What will someone want to pick up in 10 years and tell more about this group? What will they have to invent to do so?
Yeah. Like, remember when I said with Rathian's quest? No, I'm bringing up Rathian.
Yeah.
After Rathian's quest in Dragonflight, I said, you will have a more difficult time writing for these characters now that you've just written them as just okay with everything, okay with their conflict. Rathian just took all that abuse and he was like, that's cool, that's great, and that's fine, even though you were writing him arrogant and hot-headed and childish. He was just cool with it all, guys. It was fine. And I'm going to say this, it's going to be weird when you write him again and you know that they're going to try and recapture the BFA Rathian writing. It's going to be weird again. They need to, and
Is this a
it's like,
good segue into talking about the Argentina, or do we want to talk about?
See,
Is there
I
anything
was
else we
actually
want to
going
cover?
to segue a different direction of
what would
total
you like?
contrast to this, Zul'Aman.
Okay, let's talk about Zul'Aman. I'm just going to say
Because
my piece real fast.
yeah,
It could have been a disaster, but it wasn't, which is good
yeah.
in my book. That's all I
Zul'Aman
got.
was the zone I was most anxious about, the one I most expected them to fail about. In part because I know it is controversial, and it's not just because I dislike BFA. I don't think Zandalar was a very well told story. I think it has a lot of good elements. I think Rastakhan is a very good character. I think Talanji is a very good character. But in the context of the overarching troll plot that has been going on since, I mean, arguably like 2010, it basically just ruined that entire plot because the
Yes, they just.
Zandalari were the antagonists of that plot. they were the bad guys. They were the example not to aspire to, of people trying to. It was basically the idea of like upper caste groups trying to capitalize on the oppression of lower caste groups to serve themselves rather than uplift the others. That was the whole point of the Zandalari, and it was contrasted by Vol'jin and the Darksphere being people of that lower caste, people of that downtrodden group, helping to unite them the right way, helping to unite them in a way that kept their identity, kept their independence, and kept what made them strong. Zul was a very core character as the villain of that, even more than Rastakhan, because Rastakhan was never showed up back then. But then we get to the story of Zandalar. Zul is still the villain, but he is God of Blood, End the World, New Era of Darkness, evil villain, against Talanji, the secondary leader and then future main leader of the Zandalari. And now suddenly, the story of the trolls has been reframed with the Zandalari as the protagonists. And the Zandalari end up cannibalizing a lot of the stuff of the Darksphere, like all of their stuff with Gonk and the Druids, all of their stuff with their relationship to the Horde. Rokon shows up essentially as just comic relief for Talanji's plot and does nothing. And in the end, Vol'jin shows up as a spirit to support Talanji and her role as the new protagonist of the troll story. And none of that would inherently be a problem if we didn't also have quests where we just go slaughter a bunch of Amani trolls because they're being a bit rowdy in the docks. So even though they are treated as the main characters now and the protagonists, the core problem of the Zandalari was not fixed unintentionally. And so going into Zul'Aman, my worry was we would get the same thing with dragging on the story from TBC and Cataclysm with the Amani, where because they were portrayed as the evil ones back then for what they did, they would be portrayed similarly, just with someone as a kind of outcast from the societal norms like Talanji, who whips them into shape, makes them best friends with the Blood Elves now, and now they're good. That was my worst case scenario and my expectation based on previous troll writing. What we got couldn't have been further from that, and it is my standout zone of Midnight.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like, they've learnt lessons. But I think I brought it up on social media too. Like, not to point fingers, but they did. Me and Sil covered some things about sibling writing in our videos, which was nice to see implemented in Zul'Aman. I think they did a fair respect to like they didn't. This is one thing. It's a very good zone. They couldn't cover everything in the time that they were given, so they did the
And
best with
thankfully,
what.
they probably don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? That's a good point. They don't have to cover everything at the moment. We don't need to fall prey to stagnation. We can leave some things unanswered.
Well, I don't even just mean that. Yes, I agree with that, but also because we're probably literally getting a second Zul'Aman zone.
Oh yeah, the second, for the first major patch.
Yeah.
I never finished my thoughts up on that on the second one. I was like, we're gonna have a troll raid, but it's not against trolls this time. We're gonna be for trolls, which is gonna be a horde patch, which, like I said, is both a good thing and a bad thing, in a sense that
That ties back to my worries there of Talanji showing up, because she could really derail all of my love for the zone.
I really do think the WoW devs need to go watch who is it, that YouTuber? FD Signifier's video on Black Panther, essentially. I think they need to go watch that and have a good think about that and how they tried to implement that movie into their zone.
Or ideally, just stop thinking about Black Panther, because stop trying to write the Zandalari as Black Panther.
But at least consider the themes and the pitfalls that they very, very easily fell into. They just walked into those pitfalls like they usually do, and they did that in Dragonflight
If
too.
we're talking about that story, just to briefly say it, the Zandalari were supposed to be Killmonger in that. The Zandalari BFA were made as T'Challa. They're not supposed to be T'Challa. And that's the fundamental flaw of being inspired by Black Panther.
Yes. And again, it's like, if me scratching my head, I'm like, Killmonger wasn't wrong.
He wasn't wrong, but he was
wasn't.
also doing things from a selfish angle and not doing anything that would uplift other people.
Yeah, but I'm still gonna say this. They need to watch more. There has been some very good videos about that and the issues of writing characters who are black, those mindsets, and them clearly writing them characters to be punished,
Well, I
essentially,
also
and
think
instead
that's
of
an
looking at
interesting
that.
thing to talk about with modern Zul'Aman, because arguably that character is Zul'Jin. That's who he was in TBC. And I think in this story, Blizzard had a choice. And I think it was kind of an impossible choice. They could have either kept him as that and reframed the rest of the Amani around him so that they can be better portrayed, or they could keep him as that, write the Amani as very unrepentantly bad people who are then suddenly redeemed into liking Blood Elves. Or they could have written it as, oh, the story you know just didn't happen. Pretend the most iconic troll raid in the game isn't real. They obviously could not do that. And I don't think it would have served anyone to do having the Amani unrepentantly enjoy what he did.
So one thing that I think was kind of, as much as I like Zul'Aman, and I think it's like a great piece of like troll writing in the game, is I think there's still like this thing that's kind of hanging over all of it, in that the colonizers kind of won in this situation. Like
Yes.
Blizzard,
Mm.
Blizzard just spent God knows how many resources to remake Silver Moon. Like that's not going anywhere. The Amani aren't getting their land back. Like that's just kind of the end all. So like any story that comes out of the Amani like after this is gonna have to either deal with them accepting the fact that the Blood Elves are now living on their land and they're never going to get that back, or like, you know, still trying to like get that back from Silver Moon.
Well, it's the interesting conundrum as well of something that comes up very often in the political discussion around the Amani and around the Blood Elves is the very obvious comparison to Israel and Palestine. And there are a lot of very big parallels there. But the issue of that parallel is that what is happening there is in real life is happening now.
Mm.
Whereas what happened with Zul'Aman happened 7,000 years ago, and nobody in living memory either recalled that or was responsible for that. And it makes it a hard story to tell with those parallels because Blizzard doesn't know how to write the idea of someone can not be directly responsible while still being culpable, which is what the
Right.
Blood Elves are. And it's very impossible to especially write that, like you said, around the bounds of a static game world where they already made Eversong in 2007. They are not going to unmake the most iconic starting zone in the game.
They're not going to unmake this city that we're literally sitting in right now. Yeah.
The unfortunate reality is that it does have to be written around the fact that we're no longer talking about a modern genocide. We are talking about a historical one. How do you write around that in a fantasy setting with a static game world?
I think the conclusion that I reached is that like Blizzard is just not sophisticated enough in their storytelling to
No.
kind of like tell that story.
But I
Yes.
also don't know if anyone would be with the limitations of the game world because
Yeah. It's not really a place to tell it an MMO.
it comes back to the thing like that kind of story would probably need a single player game to properly tell that. And it could be told very well that whereas the Blood Elves as they aren't going anywhere, their cities aren't going anywhere. So how do we and to add to that, there was the limitation of in TBC, Zul'Aman was made as kind of a last bastion of the Amani. It is their big city, but it was basically something at the border of the known continent, because that is how far the Amani had been pushed back to. Making it into a zone necessitates they be given significantly more land in which all of their Loa very comfortably live within. So it becomes more complicated for them to argue that the Amani, as they are now, need the land because they are no longer in a position where they have been pushed back from their resources. And that is a really it's a problem of their own making, but it's also a limitation of game design. It's a lot of complicated things that throws a wrench in the what should be a very obvious parallel of how to talk about people who are being genocided,
Yeah.
where not only do they have the gameplay limitations, they have the limitations of the story that has been told. How do you write around Zul'Jin? Because Zul'Jin, I would say, flat out, incorrectly, was written as a terrible person and a villain.
Yes.
The crimes that were committed against his people were disregarded for the fact that he was torturing people like Liadrin. He was sacrificing their Loa to empower them for acts of pure vengeance. That was bad writing in TBC, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah.
was something that was written in the game and has been in the game as a very core part of the story for 20 years now. How do you write
How do you
around
write
that?
around that? Yeah.
I think the route they went is really the only way they could have gone to have us be sympathetic to the Amani people.
Yeah, I'm really glad they wrote them that way, but I think that like what's gonna like make or break Zul'Aman and like the Amani story for me is like if they make Zul'Jan a villain or not in an upcoming patch, because I feel like he should be an incredibly sympathetic character.
That's part of why I love Liadrin's role in the zone, is because Liadrin being in the zone was a really big, oh shit, they're gonna fuck this up kind of thing. And I do have critiques of her in the zone. If anything, I do think Liadrin should have been more mad. I think Liadrin should have entered the zone someone who is understandably but incorrectly pissed at the Amani for all the stuff she suffered at the hands of Zul'Jin. And she should have had an arc of learning to overcome that, learning that her understandable gripes don't give her the excuse to perpetuate what her people have done to the Blood Elves, whereas she came into the zone kind of having done that off screen.
Yeah, she was very chill. Still pointed that out several times that she was like talking like I was tortured and my friends were tortured and killed. And I'm like,
That line was very clunkily written, by the way.
yeah, she was like very chill about that. And I was like, okay, you know,
It's the
look,
thing. It is a critique I have of the zone, but I think the narrative purpose it serves is to not fully villainize Zul'Jin. Zul'Jin, yes, he is not portrayed as a wholly positive force, especially in Zul'Jara's story. But Liadrin being there and Zul'Jan being there balance it out by saying, okay, but why was Zul'Jin like this? What parallels are there to the misdeeds Liadrin did, but is still portrayed as understandable for them, for how we should look at Zul'Jin? I think that is going to be kind of the clincher going into the patch story, is Liadrin is there explicitly for that reason. She is there to parallel everything that Zul'Jin did. The only difference is that we killed him for it. So how should we look at him in retrospect? Because we have these two siblings who look at him in fundamentally different ways, fundamentally extreme ways, where Zul'Jara sees him as the source of everything wrong, the person who damned their people, the person who caused their issues with the Loa that she is now forced to resolve. Whereas Zul'Jan looks at him as entirely understandable because the Loa proved him right. They were unreliable in helping them get their land back from the Blood Elves. They were unreliable in the years that followed, where they abandoned their people. Why should Zul'Jin be totally castigated for that?
what one could even say that if you're really smart, the comparisons between the Sunwell and the reliance on maybe a
Oh,
power that's, you know, not
yeah.
always reliable and becoming too reliant on certain powers, and Zul'Jan being kind of right in that sort of manner that one should also be able to trust in one's own strength and
Zul'Jin's gonna
one's
become a
own.
Blood Elf.
But
We're gonna have
yeah,
Zul'Jan become a Void Elf, and he's
a
gonna have that
void
story to happen.
owl. He's a void troll, and all that changes is he gets some cool eyeliner, like
He
hilarious.
gets purple skin.
He's like, he turns around, he's got like really dramatic eyeliner. Like, what do you
Uh,
guys think? Anyway,
I think Zul'Jara she's a very classic hero's journey character in this, obviously. And that is executed very well. And I think it is executed well because Zul'Jan exists in the story, and that Zul'Jan's story is unresolved by the end.
yeah. The only
And
thing
yeah,
go on,
no,
Paul.
you go.
All I was gonna say is maybe they could have spent some more time with Zul'Aman in the earlier part of the questing thing, but like I said, it's that time issue. They have to resolve
Yeah.
the main story within a certain amount of time.
I also do think we're going to spend more time with him next patch, is the thing.
Exactly.
I think I would think about this zone differently if I hadn't seen the data mine that says 12.1 raid, Atel Utek.
Yeah, it's like, damn, I wonder where that is. But yeah, it's going to be fun having a troll raid on the side. I'm joining the troll wars on the side of the trolls. But yeah,
I did appreciate that they call them the Thalassian Wars from their perspective. Because every war is a troll war from their perspective.
Yeah, every war is a troll war when you're a troll. So true.
So I think the thing that like sticks out to me is that I think Zul'Jan's perspective is important, and like I wouldn't want to see him like typecast as a villain, because I think having some resentment for
being angry
like
isn't bad.
You know, like a genocide that happened against your people, or like the stealing of lands, is like an understandable emotion to have about even stuff that happened as far back into the past as it did.
And that really is the problem, is we're comparing two groups where one of them are entirely mortal people. The other have people who are anywhere from 3,000 to 7,000 years old.
Right, exactly.
So some of the Blood Elves today could be the active perpetuators of it. We don't know, because ostensibly we don't know the ages of everyone.
Okay.
They've made the smart choice to avoid some of the unsolvable problems. I think if you look too close to the implications, there used to be troll ruins and troll villages in Eversong. Those are not there anymore. What happened to those?
Yeah, I think I would rather see like a subtle like approach to like any future story that's like taken, or things like are a little more gray.
I think my ideal, honestly, if you have to do a story where you kind of show the restorative justice as best they can, Torwatha Crypts, the area that you go, where you first meet Zul'Aman, where you go with Arator, and he talks about the colonization that the High Elves did. Have the Amani settle that by the end of the expansion. It is an area that still remains of their ancestral right that the Blood Elves have not yet destroyed, but is inaccessible to them. Let them return there, reclaim what historical right they can that has not already been destroyed.
Yeah. That's, you know what, better than nothing. Like we were saying, this could have been a fucking disaster. I think those small parts are good. I think that they actually, like I said, it's something rather than an abs, because this could have been so fucking bad. It could have been
It could have,
shocking.
yeah.
I don't know if you guys read, there was this, it's now removed from the game, so you guys couldn't have seen it in your playthroughs, but there was this lore item called the Tablet of the Ruling Families, which basically detailed the entire history of Zul'Aman. Of like, from their founding, hinting at what is actually on Zul'Atek, on that island.
Oh, what is
what
it, by the way? Spoilers. Let's go.
It's not really spoilers, because this was a lore item in the base game. It basically talks about how when the Amani first settled here, they did not have their current Loa.
Yes.
And they settled here, they came here to fight Kithix, the Cathrax from the Akiran Troll Wars.
Yeah. Wasn't there a snake there that's like
That's the
supposedly
thing. Back then, we never knew how they defeated Kithrax. All we saw is that they suffered indelible losses, but they defeated him and they built their empire on top of his corpse. In this story, they said that they bonded with a dark god whose name is lost to time. And that god is the one that allowed them to save the world by defeating Kithix and claim their empire. And Zul'Aman, at the end of the story, basically mentioned that all of their history on that island has been lost to them ever since the Sundering shattered their connection to it.
And there's fell coming out of places.
Yeah. And so I do think Ulatek is that. It is probably a snake Loa. My current theory is that it is some kind of chaos-based snake Loa to represent the whole idea of unpredictability that Zul'Aman has a critique of turning that on its head, of a Loa of unpredictability. How does that work? Because even as far back as TBC, Malacraft, the guy who's really responsible for all of this, he's the actual bad guy, is the thing.
Yeah, true.
He's someone who doesn't need to be redeemed like Zul'Aman does, because he actually is just a terrible person.
Yeah, he's just.
He has a description where he basically says he was the one who gave Zul'Aman the idea to bind all of these Loa into the avatars we see. But he kept a secret, darker Loa for himself, and that's where he got his powers. And in TBC and in Cataclysm, Malacraft is a warlock.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That would actually align with someone else's story, by the way. And you're going to say, who? Aridocron.
But you're going to say Rathian.
I know you're gonna. I'm not going to say Rathian. Aridocron. Because we've already had that sort of whisper in his lore that he made a deal with a force that isn't compounded on. And I know people may be booing me, but I still say that Aridocron made a deal with light, or at least order.
I'm of the opinion still that he's double agenting both of them. He is pulling on both. He doesn't care who wins. He wins either way.
Yeah, he does. I'm gonna say this, and you both are gonna laugh. If they're gonna turn any character into Emmett Selk, it's probably gonna be Aridocron, but less handsome.
Yeah.
If people find Emmett Selk attractive, his fucking bowl cut does not do it for me. But essentially, yeah, and I do. It is interesting that, like, considering like a suspicious force making a pact with a suspicious force, and like you said, a Loa who be influenced by chaos, but could technically turn out for the good of certain things, or at least, I mean, I'm fingers crossed it can be a force that it's just become a little bit unbalanced, find it and able to balance it.
Well, it's the thing where when you look at snakes in media, snakes have always been, oh, they're deception, they are evil, they are things like that. Literally dating back to the Bible. If you want to write an interesting Warcraft subversion, of which they have already failed to do in Shadowlands when they had Damballa, who is the most important real life Loa, like the Loa of life and death, was made into just a snake god of deception that we kill as a stag in one quest. They failed once. If they're going to do another snake god, it cannot just be an evil snake. You cannot do that to real life Loa mythos again.
Well, if they want to use chaos in a different way and like Fel and be like, what could ever possibly be the good thing about this? I mean, I suppose that they're trying to still do this for the light, but I'm just gonna say the rejuvenating power of flame, essentially.
I don't even. Well, they already did that with Junalai. That is Junalai's thing.
Ah!
I think for the Snake Loa, it should be more focusing on
Rebirth?
not to call on Shadowland stuff, but when they talk about all like the Zareths, they talk about like Zareth Mortis, Zareth Ordos for order, Zareth Lumai for light. The name for the one for Fel was Zareth Tumult, of like tumultuousness,
Okay,
of
change.
characterizing chaos as the fundamental force of change. And I think that is a very positive way to frame chaos of change is unpredictable, change is chaotic, change is also good.
Change is also inevitable. It's a part of life.
Good one, so like a bushfire. Sometimes, like if you have a forest biome like we have here in Australia, you do need controlled fires. Like you do need bushfires because when you start getting too much shit, you need to burn it away so that new plants can grow. Or else, again, it's the rot.
Which, side note, is why I'm kind of mad that the ending of the Harandar story was Eversong need not burn today. No, let the Blood Elves do harsh shit that they need to do to save their homeland. That would have been a really good kind of tragic thing of the Blood Elves being forced to burn their own lands to save them from overgrowth and destruction.
I mean, the whole symbol is a phoenix and shit, and like the dragon hawk.
I kind of like the idea that the implication with Jan'alai is that the Blood Elves stole phoenixes from Jan'alai, and I love that.
I also love that too.
Yeah.
Same thing with the Dragon Hawks. They kind of appropriated the Dragon Hawks from the Amani.
And I mean, even with the lynxes, one thing I really love is how You know how it was kind of weird how the lynxes for the Arathi were totally different lynxes from the ones in Eversong, despite them being half elves? I love that when you look at the lynxes in Zul'Aman, they're the same models as the Arathi lynxes, implying
Ah,
that at the time that the Arathi left, that was what lynxes in the natural zone looked like. The lynxes we see now have been so magically altered by what the Blood Elves have done to the land that that's what they look like now.
I love how you're going straight for magic port and not like the blood
Well,
elves have
no,
been breeding and then letting them
no, I
out.
mean that is literally the thing. They are it is literally they the reason why Quel'Thalas looks the way it does is because of the runestones. Is they planted magic into the land to terraform it and all of its creatures to look as their perfect paradise.
Their the runestones gave the lynxes ear implants. What the hell? Not selective breeding? Oh my god. Oh my god. My worldview has been
It is
shaken
really
right
funny
now.
that the side effect of them reusing the Night Elf Druid model for the lynxes is literally that the Blood Elves made their lynxes have Blood Elf ears.
Me, when I can do evil, I'm going to give this animal big eyebrows and my own ears and give this animal human ears. Oh no. Imagine that. Imagine that. It's fucked up. Anyway. But yeah, so I think in conclusion, other than getting a bit silly there, we're all thumbs up in the Amani zone. We hope the best for Zul'Jan.
All of my notes for Zul'Aman is like Zul'Jara is hot. Like that's literally like like 50% of what I wrote for
She
Zul'Aman.
was such a pleasant surprise for me. I was so worried we were going to get into the Talanji. So that quest where she literally says, like, I'm no priestess, I am not the uniter of my people, that almost felt like looking at me through the camera. This is not a Talanji story.
And again, I'm glad it wasn't like 10.1. I couldn't stand another sibling story like that. That actually, I was
The amount of empathy that
fucking
they treat
terrible.
Zul'Jan with is kind of unparalleled in the story. Especially, I don't. Do you guys do those two stay a whiles in the hut
Yes.
after, where
After,
one with
yes.
Liadrin, where they look out the window, and then one with the two siblings?
Yes. Also, by the way, they even copied my Rathian idea from my video when I said, have Rathian go away from the group, and he actually seems incredibly down and by himself somewhere away where you can talk to him and hear his sort of like issue. Like, he doesn't even need to be straight with you, I said in the video. Like, he just needs to
Well, I
reflect.
don't think nothing can be anything straight with us.
True.
Other than that. But like I said, that was a clear suggestion. I said needed to take time away from to talk to Rathian directly and see the things that are bothering him. And what do they do with Zul'Jan?
Yeah.
I even suggested on the side of a cliff, and I was like, "Hey, just I'm glad. I'm glad that they're actually taking advice here
I love
because
how in my mind I can point to the exact moment you want that to happen in the Zeralet campaign after the moment with
oh
Sibelian at the Slither Drakes. There's the
oh I
exact
needed it
moment you
so
can see
bad.
when that would happen.
Oh, I needed it so bad, Paul. I was such a fucking mess. Like I said, I'm so glad that they took at least my. Well, like I said, both me and Sil went into this very, very deeply about just how badly that relationship was written. It was so condescending, so aggrandized. It's just, it was aggressive. It was, you could tell that they didn't want. Like, I know that the devs would argue with me and say, "No, we love Rathian. We love Rathian. You don't like Rathian. You wrote him as a joke. That's what you. That's what you liked about Rathian. You make him a joke."
Yeah, the relationship between Zul'Jara and Zul'Jin was like surprisingly nuanced.
And it's the thing of I would say that Zul'Jan makes more mistakes and does more bad things than Rathian does. He actively gets a lot of his people killed
I
Oh,
thought
for
the
multiple
opposite.
sure.
I
times.
was shocked. I was shocked. I was like, "Zorjan, no! What are you doing, man?" But it's still like I was going to say humanizes him, trollicizes him
Mm.
to make like
Personifies him.
personifies him. Personifies him as he's a good character. He just
It was a level of nuance that I would have said was unprecedented for a World of Warcraft story, honestly, considering like
Yeah.
everything they've done like before this. So
It's really the thing of all of that nuance hinges on don't kill him next match, please.
yeah,
I know
God.
like what they do with him next is gonna like make or break like my feelings like about this story because I'm still like
Absolutely. This zone will plummet for me if he dies.
I'm so nervous for like what they do with him next. I'm just like so worried.
It's an interesting story for me because if we want to talk about the overall themes of the expansion, I definitely think that faith is a big one. And I think that the portrayal of faith in Zul'Aman is almost unprecedented for WoW, where WoW has very typically taken a very modern approach of not necessarily anti-faith, but anti-tradition in a way.
Yes.
Of a lot of the traditionalists, a lot of the kind of staunch religious people are the people of the past, the people who are stagnant, and we help the people of change. Whereas in this zone, we are helping the traditionalist stuff. We are restoring the Loa as they were. And I think that would be a very, I wouldn't call it a bad story, but it would be a story I do not have preference for if Zul'Jan did not exist in it. Because it would be such a cut and dry story without him. And I think that's why I'm so excited for the next patch story with him, is because there's so much to explore of the nuance of how traditionalist should we be? How much should we trust in going back to the old ways? And that is the story I wish we were getting with the Blood Elves in turn.
Yeah. I suppose I think that's the thing though, and it's a very special place, especially for Arnie and troll cultures. I will say this, there is a very and I think I've talked about this before about native people and their land and tradition. It's because so many native people have never had access to that tradition. It's something that has always been denied from, which makes
Mhm.
that change, which makes it suitable for a story like that. It's because so many native peoples who have been either forcibly removed from land, otherwise having that being able to still respect that tradition means a lot. So
Yeah.
that's what I think is the defining, like the differentiating factor between a, not mincing words, a
Oh,
colonizing and a native people. It's a different.
because that's the thing is that really always is dependent on how the tradition is portrayed.
Yeah,
And in
yeah,
this case, it is not portrayed as an archaic tradition. It's portrayed as the things they lost as a result of what colonization did to them. Of literally, I don't know if there's an exact comparison in colonized areas, but when you look at like the Dark Ages in Rome, and they have these much lower quality, lower stature buildings of like things of wood, things of straw, built within the ruins of the Roman Empire, built within these massive marble structures that they don't know how to build anymore. There's a lot of that with the Amani too, where you can see all of the ruins across their land, and the homes that they live in like Amanazar village are of a totally different make because they don't have the resources to build what they used to build because of what colonization did to them. And it's the same with their Loa.
yeah. They don't have the resources. They don't have the access to like trade routes that they would have had originally. They don't have access. Like you said, Port, they've just been cut off. They've been cut off and pushed to the corners, and they've made do with what they have essentially there. So yeah,
And that's
exactly.
that's really why I'm excited for the next patch because the stuff with Zul'Jan at the end when he's on that bridge really emphasizes the fact of there's this whole other part of their lost culture over there that they just can't access because of what has been done to them. And I'm so excited to see, okay, when they do get to access that, what will they see, for good or for ill? That's an interesting conundrum of recognizing the traditions of your society, but having someone look at it from not an outsider's lens, because Zul'Jan is not an outsider, but from a distrustful lens.
Yeah, yeah. Seeing how he approaches that. Yeah, I I agreed with you guys. Though. Like I don't think it. I'm gonna be hopeful and say he's definitely gonna die because an easy story to tell with him is I know Blizzard has proven us wrong, but
I think I'm also like a little like middling on the Amani story is because like I just recently watched like not like recently but I've seen like RRR, which is like a story
Mhm.
about
Yeah.
colonization told from the perspective of like a peoples who was colonized, and I think part of me does really want like a story for the Amani where they do like claw back some of that territory from the Blood Elves in some way, which I think is
Yeah.
like why where they take Zul'Jin after this is going to be like a make or break for me on like whether I can say definitively that I like what they did with the Amani or not.
So what you're saying is you want Zul'Jan to be doing those insane action scenes.
Exactly,
I
yes.
want to see him do this.
Okay, kind of cool, kind of cool. We do want to see him do some flips. Okay, but yeah, like, agreed though. I definitely think I'm in total agreement with you guys. The next part will definitely either make or break the good foundations that we found ourselves on there. And also, like I said, let the Amani have a bit more, you know, like I think we can keep on going, but of course that sort of reaches its sort of like issue. It reaches that sort of issue of game design and stuff like that. But I think they deserve nice things after everything. I think that's the sort of
Yeah, I want
yeah.
nice things for the Amani and like empathetic storytelling for them.
My kind of hope for Zul'Jan kind of lies with Arator indirectly, because when you look at Eversong, Zul'Jan is the first Amani we're introduced to in the new context. He is the kind of new face of that story when we're introduced to it. But also, Arator's big good-natured moment hinges on saving Zul'Jan from the extremism of his father. It would make no sense to suddenly go, oh, actually, no, he is evil. We do need to kill him later on in the patch. So thank you, Arator, for being nice and perfect.
Yeah. Even
The
if
only
they
thing
say
that gives
like
me pause with that is like what we were talking about with like the chaotic nature of like Blizzard's development cycle is like, are
Yeah,
the
well,
devs who were responsible for that nuanced moment also going to pick up the thread whenever the next Amani patch shows up,
yeah.
you know, or is that just going to be like thrown out?
My only hope is the fact that it is the next patch. It is like what is happening next, and they're already setting up for it. I think my hope is that they've hit their stride with the whole Worldsoul Saga stuff, because when you look at the War Within, which we'll get to when we talk about Harandar, they did not hit their stride, and the zone patches were very disjointed as a
yeah.
result of all their shuffling. Whereas right now, it all feels very cohesive, Harandar aside.
Yeah. Should we quickly get going on to Harandar then?
Yeah,
Now?
do we want to talk about Harandar now, or have
Yeah,
we kind of
sure.
said everything? Okay.
I think I get Harandar and then talking about Argentina and Arator before going to Voidstorm would be good.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
the Void Storm. I think I'll just say this: Void Storm is one of those ones that it works well as a sort of an M patch zone. So it's a nice sort of,
Yeah.
you know, yeah. So okay, let's get going on Harandar. Thoughts on Harandar? Do you want me to just say my piece very quickly
Yes.
first? I can see that Harandar. We can all see. Nearly every person, right, has been saying Harandar was actually supposed to be either the first patch zone or the last patch zone of Within when it was a standalone expansion. I feel they removed that because they were like, we can place this in a better location, and at the time they needed the whole ethereal zone. Basically, I've forgotten the name of it because I've got
Well,
Voidstorm.
it's
Right.
it's a consequence of shuffling around to make the Worldsoul Saga, whereas the War Within was not originally intended as that. They needed to set up the Void story, therefore they needed Koresh.
Exactly, and they needed to thank you, Koresh. They needed to power up Xalatath at that moment. They knew that they needed that because it's like if you would have gone into Midnight, she would have just still been like, "Rah, my dark heart was broken by an arrow." Wow, fuck. They needed to give her a huge energy boost for that main sort of story writing. So can tell where they've shuffled things in and out. And I think what happened with Harandar is they wrote all this stuff for Harandar and they wanted it either to be placed in maybe even base War Within. We don't know, but I think it was
Well,
that first patch zone or
we
last.
kind of do now, at least partially. The original alpha map for the War Within had 5 zones instead of 4. There was supposed to be the root lands that took place in between Halifal and Ashgahat, which is literally where it's located physically in the world.
Yeah, but notably they could have blocked that off to a later patch, like Alatman at the moment. They could have just been like the roots are covering the entrance, and then
Yeah.
first patch or second major patch. Um, I feel like it could have been the very last patch of that expansion. I'm joking.
It could have, because if you look at the War
The big
Within
reveal.
and the ideas, well, not just the reveals, but the War Within, it was an underground expansion, and the idea was that as we pursued the effects of the Black Blood, we were digging deeper and deeper and deeper. There's no deeper you can get than the original core of Azeroth where her world soul was.
Yeah, and it would have been a good, like, kind of final, whoa, holy shit, the world soul has been stolen. You know, it
Well, that's
creates
what's so
like the,
interesting. It would have been a big reveal of like we get down there, Black Blood is the threat, Xal'atath is the threat. At the time, she was probably written as a one-off villain. We defeat Xal'atath there, but the big long-term reveal, even if she doesn't die, we stomp Xal'atath there. But the big reveal is that Azeroth is not even there anymore.
yeah, that is 100%. I think too. That was supposed to be like the big final, and maybe even the rage, you know, revolving around like, you know, the unstable elements of Azeroth because Azeroth's missing.
Even visually, it would have been this like beautiful like culmination. Like we go deeper and deeper into these darker zones, and then I mean, I know Hallowfall was like very brightly lit, but
But
you
also
know,
literally
just
had
like
a shift to void, so
literally had a shit to the void. But Harandar itself is like very brightly lit as well. So I feel like that would have been like just from a visual perspective of like the brightness and the darkness between the zones, you know, it would have been like a breathtaking reveal, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So I'm glad that we're all on the same page there too. And this is the thing, though. This is the thing. So you now have a zone that you've entirely had to rip out your main core of the story quest because your main story quest doesn't work there anymore. I think that's the issue with Harandar. That's why it feels so disjointed, is because they've had to rip out the MSQ that they had there originally and put in a new one to try and explain something about the Haranir instead. That's why the main story is so based around the Haranir and their beliefs, because technically, originally, the main story quest was never about that. It was finding out that these people, you know, the Haranir live down there, but they're basically worshipping an empty cradle, and your character going, but where is Azeroth? And all of them going, man, I don't fucking know. And like giving you like context clues that it's something to do with the Titans. The Titans have moved Azeroth. And even it being a shock to Xal'atath, or Xal'atath at least gaining an energy from the cradle, stop her there, and she either retreats, like you said, Paul, may be defeated. I actually don't ever think that she was meant to be a one-match villain. I think she was going to be a bit of a Dan. Either way, that's why they made such an easy transition into a trilogy. But that's the thing, and I think that's the main issue with the core of Harandar, as well as the like very mixed beliefs, like Haranir being like, "We love the goddess," and then sort of others being like, "Well, we got here and there was no goddess, so we don't actually even have a goddess." That it's like,
and
guys,
also the idea that they're all special for hearing the goddess, but also none of them except Orwena hear the goddess.
yeah, and they're all just like sniffing lines of Azeroth down there, which I don't know, sounds kind of cool. It is funny. I did laugh a bit. Unintentional comedy. It's like, you could get light burnt, but you can balance yourself with this downer that we call azurite. We got the upper and the downer, and you can balance yourself with an upper. I'm like, what are you trying to say here, guy? So, we should be doing more drugs here. Like we love drugs. But like laughs aside, there, it's you can tell that the trouble why it is so disjointed, and people are like, whoa, this doesn't fit. This doesn't it because it doesn't have its main scenario quest. It doesn't have its main story anymore. That's gone. What they've had to do is repurpose whatever was going on down there to create at least a band-aid patch. Because I think that they, like you said, Paul, I think they've been changing this quite recently. Harandar is the last sort of major change, I think, in this trilogy that we're going to see going ahead.
I have written in my notes that I just think it's like a little weird to have a portal to Harandar in Fairbreeze Village, and then in Silvermoon it just
Yeah.
seems like a little out of place, you know, like
Yeah.
I know they tried to put the portal in like a garden in Silvermoon, but it
Did you
just
see there's also a portal to Harandar in Voidstorm?
no,
Yes, I saw that.
missed
Yes.
that. Oh no.
Which that was added later in beta, and that's just like purely game mechanic. But
Yeah,
it's
Yeah.
really funny.
it is really funny.
Decimus specifically opened a portal to Harandar.
Decimus
That's good
is
to know.
so
Good to know
nice.
for my
They're
future
so
world
great.
questing. But
But yeah, we can see where the issue lies, and that's the reason why it caused all that disjointedness, is because they've had to tear out the core of whatever that original zone was, and try and create it as just like a
And it's made a
pass
weird
through
impression
zone.
on the zone, because when you look at the original, I don't want to say Harandar reveal, but the Harandar moment with Orwayna in the War Within trailer, that is like a dark, like like lighting, a dark scene. It
Yeah.
is
Oh, you're talking about.
bioluminescent plants,
Yeah, there's
and
mushrooms
then
down there. There's not
it's
supposed
like
to be light.
mushrooms
Yeah.
that light up, because there's
Yeah.
not supposed to be light there, other than maybe from the cradle. But you look at Harandar as it is, and it is bright as fuck.
I said I have trouble sometimes. It sometimes triggers migraines, dizzy spells with me if the zones are too bright. One of the first times I ever experienced that, you're gonna laugh. It was Crystal Song Forest many years ago. I couldn't spend much time in Crystal Song
Those
looking at
trees
the
are bright.
Those trees are bright. I had to like stay out of there when I played Wrath back in the day. But the thing, yeah, maybe that was a story. Maybe they've changed the lighting to suit the current story, or maybe that was the big reveal that maybe Owena called us down there for, is that maybe the cradle lit up, or that there was a light incursion from Ballad down there, or some sort of
That's
light
what's so.
incursion.
Yeah, you would assume that, yeah, there was supposed to be something in the main, like in the original version, because
Mm,
when you look at how it is now,
yes.
and you look at the zone that's supposed to be irregular, which is the roots of Shaladrisil with all of the light
Yeah.
bloom,
Yes.
it looks exactly the same as the rest of the zone.
I was wearing sunglasses. What's going on down here? What the hell? But yeah, exactly. It definitely feels like the zone that's like had a lot of band-aids placed on it. And this is the thing, this is one thing about this, I don't blame them for that. They've tried the best with what they had, and they needed to make it fit. They couldn't scrap that shit. They've done too much work on it. They could not scrap it. So what they had to do was like put it through the hand washer really quick. So what we
okay,
had
so
is
I
basically,
have a question. Do
yeah,
you two also think that the light bloom is really out of place in Silver Song then?
Eversong. No,
Or
you know what?
Silver Song,
Silver
Eversong. Oh my
Song.
god.
Yeah.
Oh, the light bloom is out of place?
Yeah.
Nah. I think they
I
always
don't
wanted to tell
think
that
so,
story.
just because I do think it's a logical progression of the idea. If you're going with the idea of healing, going with the idea of overhealing is a logical next step with the light, which in itself is also unnatural to the land. And I think part of the issue is that they have this like convoluted mystery going in here, and I was like, oh, we get there, but we count. Oh, there's like Rutani from her homeland, so it's coming from her homeland. So we get down there and we discover, and no, it actually is coming back from a different part of Eversong.
Um, it's very where are the whispers coming from? Shit again.
Yeah.
It's like, guys. Oh, no, the Black Blood. Actually, the Black Blood is a better example, where everyone was like, "What is the Black Blood? What could it be?" And I'm like, "Oh God, blood. It's all good blood. It's all gods. It's all we know it's all gods. It's been referenced to before in World of Warcraft. It. What are we going up? What's the problem here?" So very much with the light bloom again, they could have just created like they could have just cut to the fucking chase and been like, yeah, the Sunwell's going all fucking wonky, like, and it's been a bit like too intense for too long since we did, the renewal process, and it's causing all these like weird. It's like, oh, okay, So I don't think it's out of place, but it could have been. The trouble is that it's like, why didn't people report on this earlier? Why is it only occurring now? And I suppose you could argue that it's been slowly occurring, and then maybe the void storm and this huge burst of light from the, well as additional growth that's made everything aggravated in these zones could have been a bit of a better sort of segue in like what is light bloom, but I'm fine with it. It's not one of those things that I'm like particularly like this pisses me off or anything.
I,
I'm just like, yeah.
I think it's written in a sense of I don't think the Light Bloom was ever written without Harandar in mind, because by the time they got to developing Silver Moon and Midnight, they already knew that they were shifting Harandar to Midnight. And it's I think it's the issue of all 4 of the base stories, not Voidstorm, but like the base stories, have this cohesive theme about faith. And I do think that Harandar has that as well. It's just way more muddled because their goddess is very abstract, but also we know exactly what their goddess is, even if they don't. So it's hard to really have the complexities of their faith when we do know what she is. But also just the rules of their faith were very complex. I don't think they were badly done because I do think their faith ties as much into their perceived purpose as any real goddess anything, where the Haranir got down there, they had their big meltdown that the goddess was gone, but then they kind of tied themselves to this idea that they are there for a purpose, that they were called down there to protect this area. That is kind of their faith in the goddess, is she called them there for a reason. And that's contrasted by Owena's idea that she is being called somewhere for a reason. And just the whole general idea of, a tree, roots are not isolated. What happens to the roots affects the whole plant. All of those basic ideas of it makes sense that, or the Haranera is supposed to be portrayed as wrong, but I do think it's sometimes muddled by the fact that they're also supposed to be portrayed as playable. And they're trying to appeal us to them imminently before we can play them.
Yeah, and another sort of idea too, and this is very, very maybe a little off topic, maybe connected. Um, the question is, right? True, the Haranira Light, the goddess was taken a very, 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 very long time ago, right? What was calling the Earthen down to the and what was calling the Nerubians down to the, because clearly they were heading towards Harandar. So did the timeline change of when Azeroth's World Soul was moved? And how
I
long ago
don't
did the
think
Titans?
so with the Earthen. The Nerubians are complicated because they've already been retconned of existing there in the first place. That's already a mess in and of itself. With the Earthen, I think the idea is that the Titans ripped her out of Harandar, put her in the place they wanted to build the world core, and then the Earthen were created to build that world core. And so that's why they were hearing us, because they were hearing her. Well, that is explicitly the thing, is they were hearing her cry out because she did not want to be contained, and that's why they became Thragar and turned against everything.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And just a random aside too, by the way, because maybe this comes as a shock, but I have noticed it. There's a lot of overlying similarities in the current World Saga to a very old game by the name of Alpha Centauri, Sid Meier's Alpha Centauri, about a living planet, and basically what happens when you start disturbing the planet. The planet starts waking up, sentient planet technically, and its sentience is both psychic but also done through very vast interwoven webs of micellar forms, so mushrooms, but they're also dangerous. It's basically a big brain. Basically a big brain. The idea that that basically then
Well,
the plan
notable other franchise who also stole that is James Cameron's Avatar and Awa.
they came way later. Sid Meier had
Yeah.
this on lock.
No, I know. I'm saying
Yeah,
he definitely also stole that idea.
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. But anyway, so with Alpha Centauri, the big thing is that essentially she can both absorb information but also project information, and when she's under threat she can basically her native peoples, which in this case isn't nice like World of Warcraft. It's basically it's worms. It's like fungal worms basically, and she can use those as organized sort of like things to defend her. So technically they're earthen and but
Yeah.
can control things that aren't even hers, like the earthen, if she is as able to extend her will essentially. So yeah, it's yeah. So we're hearing the Earth and hearing her calls through those tunnels, the cores basically. They've put her in. Like I said, I'm putting all my. They put her in deep down under. So that's where we're all going to end up going in, Last Titan and stuff like that. But yeah, and then with the Harandar, and that's another question too. Is the Harandar not gone to Northrend? I mean, clearly they haven't, like, they've gone all the way to
Well,
Hyjal.
there is this book in one of their Legends of the Harandar weeklies that say some of them traversed all of Harandar in search of their goddess and found nothing. Some of them left Harandar in search of their goddess and never returned.
Mm.
We will definitely be seeing another subgroup of Harandar at some point.
They're just because of the cold weather. But yeah, so there we go. There's my general idea on that. So yeah, Harandar.
Admittedly, Harandar was the one zone that I did not do any side quests in other than the Teldrassil one, which, side point, it has been 10 years. Please stop talking about Teldrassil. Please, I'm begging you.
They're never going to stop, Paul. They're
begging
never
you.
going to stop. They're never
We
going
have
to
not
stop.
had a single expansion since 2018 that has not had Teldrassil involved in some way. You would say,
Oh my
the
God.
War Within, surely. But no, patch 11.27. The reason why Sylvanas does not join us in the expansion is she explicitly cites Teldrassil.
Yeah, exactly. She's like, I must repent for my sins. It's come up every expansion. Like, they will never let that go. It's if I was a dev, I'd be like, let's never talk about that shit again.
It's just,
Crazy what
you have to wonder,
crazy what
are
happened.
they secretly proud of that? Are they secretly like, oh no, it was a good story. They just don't get it. Are they still secretly like that?
I think they do think that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I do think that there's a lot of storylines where they're like, the players just don't understand our artistic vision. You just didn't understand, and it's like,
And it's just with the Harandar, it ties somewhat into the War Within stuff of the Harandar were first set up in Dragonflight. In 10.2, there was that side book. In Dragonflight, they're set up in that kind of myths and legends book, so talking about Aluna here, that kind of original world tree that Aonar planted with the gift of Alune that got ripped out, but its roots remained. I think very clearly now in hindsight, the idea of why it got ripped out was because its roots reached the world soul before Aman'Thul could. And that's what the cradle was supposed to be. It should have stayed that. It should have just stayed totally new tree. Harandar show up to protect it later on, have this supposed purpose. That is all the story is. It is new world tree root thing, all of that. Roping in the actual world trees is really the fundamental flaw of the zone, of making this zone over important and trying to connect it too much to the importance of everything made their backstory nonsensical, because Aluna here is not mentioned in this expansion at all. What were they guarding before the Night Elves planted Nordrassil? What was the cradle before then?
none of your business. Mind your own. That should have been the Harandar. That should have been none of your business. Don't ask questions.
What gets me the most is, okay, you're going to involve a world tree here. What's the one world tree that has actually been relevant to plots like the Nightmare, plots like the Dream stuff? Vordrassil in Northrend.
Northrend. Yeah.
And the Rift of Aln.
Yeah.
Is Vordrassil mentioned at all in Harandar?
Vordrassil is not. We've only had Nordrassil. Vordrassil.
We've had Nordrassil, we've had Galadrassil, we've had Mirdrassil. They somehow know all these Night Elf names.
I love how a Mirdrassil is just already down there.
That was another note I have, is like, how did these people know what the topsiders call their world trees, and why did they? This is like the nitpickiest of nits that you could like ever have.
Oh, it absolutely is. It's obviously just, oh yeah, they want us to recognize them, but they could at least do like, oh, I mean, they actually did do it once where they changed it late in beta, where the guy you're first introduced to says the world tree the outsiders call a Mirdrassil is the one that he guards. But then they never do that again, and they all just keep calling them the Night Elf names. And like Elder Hagar is really attached to Teldrassil. Did she not name it anything in those 10 years she guarded it?
No. It's what is it? The Harandar are like, mind you, don't.
And I also have to. It's not just that Teldrassil is there. If Teldrassil was just there, that would be annoying enough. Teldrassil is the core of the Harandar plot. I have read, admittedly, I need to read Orwena's short story. That is the one thing I haven't read. I've read the first few pages, and
Still enjoyed it, by the way. It's actually a very
I'm enjoying it a lot because it's written by the
yeah.
same person who did Moira's short story, and she is a
Oh,
phenomenal writer.
Catherine
Catherine
M.
Vellante, yeah.
Ballante. Yeah.
And it is already so phenomenally written and making me like the Haranir more than anything else. But
See, I think so I read the short story before I played the MSQ, The War Within, and I think that also helped, like, greatly affected my opinion of not just Orwena but like the Harandar as like a whole. It's a very good short story, and it's a really good character piece for Orwena. And also I think his name is Amarak. I keep forgetting.
even just from what little I've read of it, they do such a good job showing them as like a undelible duo that gets torn apart. And I just the one frustration I have with that short story so far is that the most important tree in her entire life are the roots of Teldrassil. And when you look at Elder Hagar, who is more or less the person that spurs the impetus of the entire plot that Orwena goes on, she is defined by Teldrassil. When we come back there, she is defined by the burning of Teldrassil, and that is why she is motivated to help us and show us the memories and guide us along the path we do. Why did they have to do that?
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell that some people are still I don't know whether proud is the right word, but they definitely think it's meaningful and deep and that it could work, and they keep on going, "Is this working? Is Tildra still working? Are you feeling are you crying? Are you crying right now about how sad Teldrassil was?" And it's like,
It's like Ysera, except nobody ever cried over it in the first place. I'm sure people did cry over it, just not necessarily tears of sadness, but tears of rage.
yeah. So that was me during Dragonflight. Yeah, so like I said, again, Catherine M. Ballant's brilliant, like the actual very, very skilled writing once again does a good job with that story.
Very good at taking, I would argue, incoherent stories and making them coherent, because I love Moira, but her story was incoherent. She flip-flopped between so many different versions, and that short story perfectly melds all of them together.
Yeah.
It
did a
was very
really good job.
masterfully done, for
Yeah.
sure.
Also, gang, as we're traveling on time, would we now like to move to from the ideas of the Haranir's faith and their sort of like scrambled ideas of like about the
Well,
perspectives of
it
their
is a
gods.
good thing to, if we want to transition back towards Sunwell and a certain half-elf paladin, of the question of, is this still the Worldsoul Saga? Because it really feels like we've very suddenly shifted to the expansion that was supposed to follow up Legion with Light versus Void. At present, it doesn't feel like Worldsoul Saga other than Harandar, but I have caveats to that because I have a crack theory.
Oh, okay.
My crack theory is when you watch the Midnight trailer and Liadrin is calling out to the light,
Yeah.
it plays Azeroth's theme right as the paladins are called to the Sunwell. I think she summons them, not the light.
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is that, I mean, spoilers for anyone listening. The Dawn Well is implied to just be Azeroth's fountain of power again now. It's a new well of eternity. Technically, I'd argue, you know, if we're being
Yes.
pedantic about it, which is I love how the writing is supposedly giving this a huge thumbs up, but my eyes are huge. I'm like, you have a new well of eternity.
Duh.
Oh fuck no.
Um,
Oh
the
shit.
reason why I also think that is because when you look at the intro scenario, the Sunwell reacts twice. Why would it react twice like that in totally different ways? Liandrin does not call out, like when you look at the original Midnight Cinematic, she's doing that kind of routine prayer and it's not working. It's not until she eagerly calls out from the depth of her heart that it actually answers. But then you look at the cinematic where the Sunwell ignites into the big beam, and she's doing that same prayer again. And Arator's expression is very clearly kind of pointing out, oh, she's falling back on that. They're doing the fervent belief in the light again. And then it works in a totally different, much more violent way than what happened with the summoning.
And well, and the thing is that like we can't even differentiate that. Like your point is holding because both the Sunwell and the Light and the Well of Eternity as its own could be used as a portal as well.
Yeah.
It's not, it's only the Sunwell that can be used as a portal, or it's only the Well of Eternity.
Because
Both
that's the thing.
can.
Blizzard often doesn't mention it, but the Sunwell is not a pure font of holy light. It is
No.
also the Well of
Well of
Eternity.
Eternity.
It
It's
is a
Well of
it is
Eternity
a
too.
pile of ley lines with the water of Azeroth's lifeblood in it.
Yeah, exactly. It's Well of Eternity. Me Peggle gang. Well of Eternity 2. But yeah, so with
Well,
its
3.
power 3. Yeah, true. If we're not counting Nordrassil's fucking well. Anyway, so technically at the end of the max level quest, it becomes a full Well of Eternity again because it's straight up Azeroth's, they put together all the powers and it basically opens that font directly from
Except
Azeroth.
Fel, because fuck Fel.
Oh yeah, fuck Fel. But yeah, directly from Azeroth again. So it could hold. I mean, it's like not out of the realms of, possibility in regards to
Well,
that.
I also just think if they do that, I think it would be a way of distinguishing, like, how would the light respond versus how would Azeroth respond? The light would respond with indelible absolute light versus absolute darkness, which is the beam. Azeroth would respond by uniting its peoples together and summoning people like it did.
Well,
I kind of,
anyway,
I don't
go on,
know.
Sil.
Like in terms of thinking about if this is still the Worldsoul Saga or not, I keep thinking to the cinematic for the War Within, which was like Anduin by himself in the desert, and it's not
Yeah.
the light
Are
who
we
calls
still
out to
anything to
him.
do with that?
I know. Well, okay, so like it's not the light that calls out to him, it's Azeroth
Yeah.
who's like still reaching out to him in some way. So I think if they tied that into Azeroth also being like the force that kind of responds to Liadrin, like in her moment of need, that would be coherent. That would feel like the next chapter of this story.
Yeah.
But I don't think they made that obvious enough.
No,
Like
that's what I'm
just
saying.
playing
That's why I'm
Azeroth's
saying is
theme, like I couldn't tell you what Azeroth's theme is. Like I don't know what that sounds like. I'd have to listen to it again.
I'm gonna
don't know
save
what it sounds like.
save my Rathian rant and Azeroth Worldsoul Rathian rant for when we do our last Titan videos. But
Okay.
Yeah.
I
And
think
maybe even on max
I
level
think
quest.
Blizzard is going for the idea with Azeroth Worldsoul, that whole idea of free will, of freedom, and things like that. Gee, I wonder what dragon was kind of defined by that previously.
Oh, they're never gonna bring him back. They're never gonna bring him out. They're gonna put him in the fucking Rathian detention cage.
I think that theme of free will does kind of work into like what happened in the Midnight Cinematic if they follow through with that, because it was when Liadrin stopped reciting her doctrine, like the thing that she had
Yeah.
been taught, and she kind of spoke from her heart. She kind of went off script, I guess, like as one way of putting it. So I think if they followed through with that would make it coherent. But like I do think we have kind of like lost the plot like a little bit.
They're gonna need like an explicit conversation where someone talks with Liadrin and goes, "Gee, Liadrin, I wonder what that thing was when you called from the Sunwell.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Azeroth." Like how they did with Thrall and Jaina at Amir Yggdrasil, where they had to go like, "Oh, what was that weird sound that we heard when the aspects got their powers? It must have been Azeroth."
I'm gonna say this too. If they're setting this is the trouble. I was saying this to Sil today too, Paul. Technically, they only have 6 major patches before the entire end of this arc. 6. And no, wait, actually 5. 5. No, I'm taking that back. 5. Because we've already had the base patch of Midnight now. Sorry, this was before Midnight. I was like 6. I'm like, oh, no, 5. They have 5 patches to sort this in. The next one is a troll raid. It's going to have to be something very either really just super enjoyable or highly turns out it's highly
I do
finished.
fully think it's going to be an Undermine style patch of just. I don't want to call it filler because I don't like it's not a patch that is necessarily progressing the plot in a major way beyond maybe like one plot beat, which is what Undermine did.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's the Horde players, please be quiet. Horde patch. There's trolls, be quiet. And I'm like, that sort of, it's gonna be fun, but
I think it's also like indicative of like the type of storytelling that Blizzard I think excels at and is like better at doing, like either because of the way I might have mentioned this in the last video, but I think like the reason why Undermine like excelled so much as a patch is that they're very good at telling these like contained stories with like these contained storylines and like these characters, like for whatever reason, like if it's just like the size of the development team, like or whatever, like I don't think their strength is in telling these like big sprawling epic stories that kind of span multiple expansions, because I do think they kind of like lose the thread a little bit. Like they're not just like very good at like weaving that into the themes of like the side quests and the dungeons and the zone stories and even the patch stories. Like the only thing that tied Undermine into the rest of the War Within was the fact that Gallywix was like repairing the Dark Heart for Xal'atath, which like only featured in cutscenes.
Which in itself is basically just the fact that they made the Dragon Soul back in a book in 2007 is
Right,
why
yes, exactly. That was the thread that kind of like connected Undermine to like the rest of that expansion. But that's not what you remember about Undermine. Like you remember the characters.
If only we had a certain black dragon to tie those things together that could have joined us in the main plot.
We have to move on now.
I think if you ask the average player like why they enjoyed Undermine, it wasn't because they were like, oh yeah, I thought it was so cool that they brought the goblins back into prominence because they remembered this like one obscure detail from like a book in Cataclysm era Blizzard. It was because the colorful characters, the colorful scenery, the novel like game mechanics that had to do with like the driving the car around, and stuff like that. It was stuff that was like contained to that patch. It wasn't like, oh yeah, Undermine was like such a cool follow-up to this like plot thread that they'd been like drawing out with the goblins since Cataclysm.
Illyria literally exiting stage left like a third of the way through the zone. Sorry,
Right.
I have other shit to do.
That was so funny. I'm gonna say this. You're completely right. So I will give them a little bit of grace there because I know how difficult it must be being like, we have a story and we have themes and we need to make this last like 3 or 4 expansions. People are gonna be living. We know the state of the game industry. Like they're probably changing, like whether it's like budgets or whether it's like actual number of staff that they have to write this.
Yeah,
or
I
changes in.
understand that there's probably like very like understandable like logistics reasons like why they can't like develop the story like that, but like think about like what it could. That doesn't change the fact that like, maybe if there had been some like magical game development way to kind of like tie Azeroth into the goblins.
You mean a style guide? You mean a style guide and then like an overarching guide of like, hey guys, if you can, please follow this.
More than like a style guide, like a theme guide, just being like, hey, we're trying to like thread Azeroth into, this saga that we're planning on like telling, for like the next 9 years. Like, let's make sure we have Azeroth factor into Undermine in some way and Koresh, and to not just kind of like leave that as like, I think the last time we like consciously mentioned the Radiant song was like when Anduin was like standing there like at the very beginning of Hallowfall.
Vereesa's dreams, Vereesa's visions from
Prepatch.
It's just they don't really frame them as like Radiant song. It's just why is Vereesa in particular getting them? They've not really explained why individual people and why she got like future premonitions and not Radiant song visions.
Do you guys remember Lorthamar heard Azeroth too? He heard the Radiant song
in a book.
In a fucking book.
Oh.
And so did Thalystra. And they were like, we need to listen to the.
Remember how Rathian also heard it?
I'm sorry, he had a brain hemorrhage and died after that. I'm sorry, guys. I have to let you know. The thing is that what we're just saying there. I still believe, and I know that if a WoW dev listened, they'd be like, boo, boo. Port, you were entirely right. The whole plot of like what comes next is fucking sticky notes on a whiteboard, and also they don't keep character style guides except for a few characters. I think they still go to the wiki when someone says write about this character. They're just like World of Warcraft wiki, and they go to the fucking wiki, or like
I'll
they
be
go
honest,
to what
I
the
don't even
friends
think they
think.
do that because they would have known some pretty big inconsistencies about Arator if they did that.
Oh, and
Which is
let's
it a
talk
good
about
time to transition
Arator.
to Arator?
Let's talk about.
Yeah,
Let's
are we
fucking talk
ready
about
to
Arator.
finally talk about the 20-year-old, 40-year-old?
Say about Arator. I'm just gonna lead off with this. Not considering Arator, the story, Arator's story in this expansion was fine. It covered some themes and it covered some topics, and we went to different locations, and it was fine. It told a story. It's not difficult to understand the themes or the implications. It's very like basic by the numbers. Like a guy learns that, sometimes beliefs can be bad, but if a person holds them strongly enough, it's the truth to them. Or like, sometimes you need to like trust in other people or do civic duty, to make yourself feel like you're making a connection to other people, and that's a good thing. Like it's very simple. It's a good, simple kind of story with very basic themes that are easy to understand. You could get like, Joe Blogs from fucking down the street and he could tell you what the themes are for that story. Like for a MMO, that's fine, you know? The trouble is that when we look at Arator,
He's insufferable.
beyond that, how the fuck did he not know this shit?
Yeah.
Oh, who is this person? The whole reliance that you're a new player, like this is what they did wrong with Rathian. They believe you wouldn't know anything about fucking Rathian, and that is so fucking crazy. With so much fucking baggage. With Arator, at least I can understand. They were like, shit, the character with no bag. Oh my god, Terrellian and Ilarius don't have much baggage, right? Like, let's just get him perfect. How it's crazy. It's crazy how this fully fledged paladin doesn't know what fucking being a paladin is.
Well,
It's crazy
not
that
even just fully fledged. He was your follower in your order hall.
Exactly. It was crazy when we went to the Paladin Order Hall and he looked at a statue of Uther and was like, ah, damn, I forgot that was there. I just stuck in my mind, but I was just like, fuck no, you gotta be fucking kidding me.
So I don't know much about Paladin lore or Arator lore even, but I did play through the Paladin Order Hall.
He's not an insignificant character in that. He is a main character in that.
He's a main character in that, and then like he's like in the Order Hall. Like the fact that he wouldn't know that Uther's statue was there, like he's been there even in Blood Ties, like he was there.
He didn't say that to Uther's statue. He said that to Terrallian's statue, the one you find him kneeling in front of when you first meet him there.
Oh my god, I thought it was Uther or Terrallian. It was like one of the two, but just like him being like surprised like at all of these artifacts that are there in the Order Hall.
The Paladin Order. You're right though, Paul. He says it about Terrallian statue, but he also says it about Uther's in the fucking Paladin Order Hall. I was like beside myself. I was playing through it and I said, still, I can't fucking do this. Uther! Fucking Uther! I feel like H Bomber guy smashing the wall. Who do you think will be the fucking Paladin Order Hall? It's a fucking Uther!
There's like a couple of things going on with Arator that I like have beef with. The first is like his design. Like it's just like we could probably rant for like an hour just about that. Like the decision to give him those chop tattoos.
And he hasn't even grown on me. I was like this going into midnight. I was like, I'm not gonna diss him on social media. I'll have a little laugh. I was like, but I'm gonna keep my mind free of the haters. It's very difficult for me, but I worked hard at it. I hope everyone appreciates that. I went in, I was like,
I think the edgy hairstyle would have been tolerable, and his like weird beard would have been okay if he didn't have those like tattoos. They're so distracting.
What's so funny is Blizzard even tailor-made it to endear it to me. They had Verisa give them to him, like my favorite high elf character, and they still just don't work.
Oh my god, and something about how they modeled his face in game is so off-putting. I can't look at him for very long. He's too like smooth and
Well,
shit.
his jawline is also like a sharp angle.
Yeah.
Like not just like kind of an like literally it is a sharp point at his jaw.
I draw Rathian's beard. You've seen my stylization of Rathian's beard. I draw that shit as like a fucking take your eye
Like a
out.
knife
Yeah, like a
edge.
fucking
Yeah.
knife. But I'm like, it's something about fucking Arator. I can't. And
Also, like the
something about
fact that his
lips.
like upper arms are like bare, and then in his model you can see like a pronounced veins like running up his
Yeah.
like gigantic biceps.
Sorry, it's taking me out. Well, like, oh,
Well,
what was that?
I brought up a certain sentiment from Twitter the other day of
Yes.
Arator very much seems like a
Oh, that
I don't want
guy.
to say it's a straight man's idea of a cool character because I don't know if he was designed by a straight man, but
Yeah.
it feels like a very conventionally masculine way of making a cool character without understanding what people find attractive about men.
Yeah. Yeah. So fucking true. And I remember that tweet, Paul. It was something like, Arator's like Anduin if he fucked and listened to new metal. First of all, new metal sucks as a general overarching fucking music genre, and I should know because I like new metal, but you have to understand it's a kind of a music that you just have to get used to it. And second of all, that is Arator is Anduin if he fucked and listened to new metal. You're not fucking if you listen to new metal. Anyway, I'm just gonna say this. Like you said, Paul, it feels like he's a male character who's been designed by someone who doesn't exactly know what makes a man attractive. Remember what I said about Anduin? I was like, the reason why Anduin's chopped look works and how so many, like, both men and women are like, oh, Anduin, it's because he's kind of a little bit fucking pathetic. That's the thing. Like, when you have to have a man who chopped, he's dragged through the bushes and stuff like that, to make him attractive to your and not even attractive in like I will fuck this man. I mean like attractive in I like this character. It's something about him. I'm obsessed. I love him. It's like Harry Dubois in fucking Disco Elysium. You gotta make when they look fucking terrible. Like if you're like I need a man who's going through it, you need to make him a
We
little.
brought him up earlier. Emmett Selk, hunched over, weird ass bowl cut. There's just something about him that works.
Yeah, it's just something, and it's either it's the energy, and it's like my poor little meow meow because he actually does have a fucked up past, even though he's doing things that are like technically unforgivable.
That really is something with Arator for me is they're trying really hard to make sure we know how good of a person he is in this expansion. Like literally saving kittens from trees level of this is how amazing and good he is. And other than his I don't know what a paladin is arc, he's really just kind of unilaterally correct the whole expansion about everything. And that's not inherently bad because Anduin was that quite a lot too.
Yes, the Venn
But
diagram, Arator, Faerun, Anduin, that just all Anduin, technically.
I don't know how to describe it as I like Arator's story. I don't like Arator.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like the story works. Like the idea, like is nothing. There is nothing that a person playing this MMO would be like. I'm confused. What does this mean?
I guess the best
It's
way to put it is Arator's story feels like it's written for someone who isn't Arator. Who, if Illyria and Turalyon had a son who was actually 20 years old, this is the story that was written for that. And I wish, just in my heart, I think Arator needed a co-protagonist. Arator needed someone to bounce some of his altruism off of so that he could both have flaws and have someone other than him to espouse the moral of every story he's in. And I think I've always said my example for that was Salandria. Lady Leandrin's daughter. Young, impressionable blood elf. Blood elf, first of all, very clearly tied to the blood elf story, but also very clearly tied to the modern blood elf story, so that she could better realize some of the other things. And in contrast, you could have Arator, very alliance tied, only part elf, but much more world-wise, someone who knows a lot more of the history and has that more alliance-centric point of view on it.
Yeah, I think Arator needed some few more microaggressions towards him racially as well. That sounds crazy to say. Put that in my call out post 2026. Arator needed more microaggressions. It's odd that his cultural, like his heritage, isn't brought up as a thing of like, because we've seen how the blood elves react to people. Like, why is that never a thing brought up with? Like, that's like a major black hole of like, why wasn't important like
It doesn't come
establishing
up once in the novel, even, like the
Yeah.
place where they would have, they
Well,
could have,
they talk about the fact that he is the son of two heroes, but they don't mention really the fact that those two heroes are two different races of two different cultures. Neither of which are part of the Alliance now, by the way. Both of which are part of the Horde.
And like people, I saw people saying, "Wow, that's really affirming." Like, there's a bit at the end of like Arator's like short animation, like, "But I'm not, this or this. I'm my
He's not,
own
I'm not
person.
half anything,
I'm
is
not
what he says.
half
It's like
anything." Yeah.
I've talked to people who are half race, and that is a good sentiment to have. But I also think that is a sentiment to have a character get to at the end of an arc, because we have not explored this for that character yet. And when we're talking about, especially a character who his whole thing is the idea of I'm trapped between two worlds, my human holy father, my high elf void mother. And we deal with that kind of light void thing so much in this expansion. So why don't we touch on the other half and half thing?
Yeah. Now, like I said, it could be a thing where Blizzard's like, this is a
I know
fucking
why.
bucket of worms, and we don't want to bring it up.
I don't even think it's that. I truly think it's because they wanted him to be a neutral character. And to do that, they needed him to bond with the Blood Elves, and thus they needed him to be friends with them and have the feasible idea that he wants to be around them. And chief among that is Lorthamar and Leodrin, who, while I think looking at the animation, they mended some of the stuff with Lorthamar, like they explained the timeline at least. Okay, Arator lived in Dalaran with Verisa. It fell. Both of them moved to Silvermoon for a time. That makes sense, even if it's weird that Verisa's never mentioned that. Leodrin makes no sense at all. It actively hurts her story to make him friends with Arator, because Leodrin's whole thing is that she lost faith in the light. She was living as a hermit in self-hatred in the Ghostlands that entire time, up until the point that Silvermoon was restored, fully painted red, and fully they had the Fel crystals there. They had the Naru already there. She was brought in as basically experiment number one for the Blood Knight stuff. Her not being there and seeing that drastic change was very important. That has been entirely unwritten to make her Arator's best friend, which adds nothing to the story. It adds nothing at all.
And it adds nothing to either of the characters, may I say, except for that one animation. I don't feel the connection with between them in game. By the way.
So one kind of funny observation I had about Blood Ties is that they spend a lot of time in Arator's like first chapter kind of emphasizing the fact that he's not a Nepo baby, that he's not like above doing like menial tasks and all of this stuff. He doesn't
He's just a regular guy.
rely on like the weight. He's a regular guy, he's down to earth. And then the first, like the very first major plot point that they have for him is him accepting a job given to him by a close friend who is like practically a family member, Leodrin. that puts him into proximity of like these two faction leaders, this special job. So he is a Nepo baby after all.
I would argue that Blizzard devs would probably even go, no, Anduin Wrynn is not a Nepo baby. He's salt of the earth and has worked hard for his role. Laughs aside, Arator does fall into the same issues and does a lot of these. And like you said, so it's like they try really hard to make Arator this relatable dude, stuff like that.
They even try to give him, I think that's the whole nother problem is like his dialogue is they try to give him this like very modern way of like speaking. So he'll
Yeah,
like
this is
have
the
like
boop in
small
the suit spot.
phrases.
Yeah.
Well, it's not helped by the fact that he is voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, who, while he is a great voice actor, his entire role is a man in his 40s trying to sound like he is Spider-Man in his 20s, and you can really tell about that with Arator.
What? Yuri Lowenthal isn't in his 40s. That man's
He's in his
55.
50s.
I remember Yuri when he was a young guy because I used to follow him like on his anime because chatting and stuff. He's a nice guy, and he loved chatting. I remember when he quit smoking. He was like, "I can't smoke anymore. It's fucking."
He has a very Boy Scout way of like voicing Arator in combination with like the modern like phrasing that the
Zap
dialogue.
him with your staff.
Side note, really funny that he's married to Tara Platt, the voice of Valero.
Yes. Oh, jeez. The other thing is too, like I said, I can see why they picked Arator. Like I said, all these issues that we have aside, see how they picked Arator. They
Well,
thought
yeah,
that
it's also the thing of he's kind of a blank slate. Of yes, he has some established stuff, but characterization, he never has gotten any focus. He's never gotten a POV. And when you look at the story being told here, set in Quel'Thalas, Light versus Void, look at his two parents, he is a perfect character to focus on. It's just, I wish they focused on him and not the idea they made him into, where I liked Arator as he was, with the struggles he had as an Alliance character. A lot of stuff feels like they're afraid to admit they have Alliance characters, that they're not using the Horde, so they insist that these characters are actually part of the Horde, and they do matter to the Horde. When they don't. I'm sorry. No Horde character, no Horde person cares about Arator as a Horde character. They can care about him as a character, but it's in the same way you would care about like Khadgar as a character. Khadgar is a very neutral character.
yeah, all like the characters that are technically neutral because of their long history in Warcraft. I'm gonna say this too. They just needed to make Arator less like he's just had amnesia this expansion. I think that's if they just would have admitted that like he's been a paladin for a while, but maybe he just needs to brush up on some paladin tenets, or maybe he's been feeling very isolated. He hasn't been in touch with his fellow paladins, Legion as well.
I don't understand why they needed to write him in this really juvenile way. Like you could have done the exact same like quest with him going to Light's Chapel, but he was just reacclimating himself to these things that he was familiar with.
That's exactly what I was saying, is you could solve that, but instead of having him look at random artifacts that have clearly been there the whole time, we have Alonsis Fowl with him. Have him be there in the quest, explaining things about these paladins that Arator wouldn't know just by looking at them. Because Alonsis knows these people from their youth and when they became paladins.
A really easy way to just say that Arator feels shy, sometimes has issues forging connections with people because he hasn't had that chance with his own parents, so it's followed onto his relationships with other people. So he feels very shy to approach his other fellow paladins, and he's always worked solo, which he did in BC and kind of in Legion. He was there.
That does also remind me, just this is probably isn't entirely conscious on their part. I do think one reason they might have not touched on his half-elf heritage is because they would then have to address the fact that he was raised in Dalaran, which is the single biggest cultural melting pot of half elves and high elves and humans in the entirety of the setting. And he would not have had that struggle. But they didn't want to emphasize the fact that he was raised in Dalaran. They wanted to emphasize the Silvermoon stuff.
But it could have worked so much better for a Horde story. That's the issue. Like him feeling like he's gone like Darren, where he always felt accepted, then goes to Silvermoon and feels like an outsider, but through
Dalaran that was
learning more.
notably exploded last expansion, and that
Yes.
he has no thoughts on.
I didn't even think of that. Yeah, like, does he have any thoughts on like the destruction of Dalaran?
No.
his childhood home.
He is at the ruins of Dalaran, and the only thing he comments on is Ronin.
Oh my god. Oh. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this is everyone boo me right now. When we talked about this in one of our other videos, and I just having an anchor character to follow the player character through different zones or different story beats to allow you to connect the zones.
I guess we did get our monkey's paw.
Yeah, we
did get our
did get our
monkey's paw.
monkey's paw curling
And
with
like I said,
Arator.
narratively, I do think he fulfills that role well. It's just that the Arator is the issue with it, not the role.
Yeah, if anything, it makes me feel like slightly better about Rathian's writing in Dragonflight because he's apparently not the only character who they've kind of like hit on the head with the immaturity stick.
No, but
Like,
just the difference is with there, it's usually for positive attributes in characters
Oh,
like Arator, not the case in Wrath.
yeah, Arator's like the bestest boy ever. And Rathian was like treated like he needed to be. Every time he came into the screen, everyone was booing him and saying what a failure.
what they did
it
with
was.
Rathian was like way worse, and I think it's like pretty clear from like the external media, the in-game stuff, like that the animated shorts, like that there's like a love internally for Arator as like a character, not to like ascribe emotions onto the devs, but I do feel like it's kind of like apparent when like in game when just like there's this like love for a character and like what they represent and like the writing that they do for them. Like I think that kind of like comes through even though we like I don't like the end result. I can tell that someone cared about this version of Arator that they were
Oh,
like
yeah.
presenting to us, like to some extent. I don't feel that with Rathian at all. I feel like a disdain for his character.
Well, it's that weird thing of have we ever had a protagonist so clearly a protagonist as Arator before now?
I
Like
don't think
I'm struggling to
so.
really think of any expansion that has someone who is so blatantly like 3 out of the 5 stories are about him.
Yeah, he's
Right.
very clearly the protagonist. I like you
Anduin
were just
didn't
saying.
even get that in The War Within, and he was like the headline character in their trailer, you know?
Well, we hadn't told him in our videos yet about having an anchor character, which we're still trying to implement that. So they're like, shit, why don't we? Jokes aside, Arator does feel like the person writing him is like, my son, my beautiful boy, you know, while Rathian was like, oh, we love this character. Love him as an idiot, that is.
Yeah, Arator is not like the punchline for his storyline. He is like clearly the protagonist. Like we're clearly rooting for him. We're meant to empathize with him when he's hurt by other characters. You know, we're not supposed to laugh at him, you know, or think he's being like unreasonable when he has like a bad reaction to being mistreated or something like that. Like Arator, like it's night and day difference between like what they did with like Rathian and Arator, but like I like we said, like there's multiple ways you could have like written Arator that would have still fulfilled the same story beats. I just don't know why they went with this version of Arator, which I think overall is like very unlikable. It's like even though I can feel the love for him, like I don't like him as a character, and I kind of cringe a little bit whenever he shows up.
They've totally written him for a player, 100%. That's the thing. They want new players to be like. They want him to just be the blank slate, relatable white guy who's so liked and not.
I definitely think he
basically.
was written for like a straight cis male audience. Maybe that's like presumptuous of me to say, but like I get that impression from him because like the chaos of his design, like all the edgy little details from his haircut to the tattoos to the fact that he's perpetually on fire from that cinematic.
Yeah, if you want to phrase it better, I think a way to put it would be he was redesigned to be mass marketable.
Yeah.
Or at least their perception of it, because
yeah.
I don't know if I would consider rat tail, ponytail, and tattoos like that mass marketable nowadays.
All the people I knew who were like huge fans of Arator before, like way before now, liked him because he was like a soft character with like parental angst who had like long blonde hair, you know, like this.
Well,
I don't
that's
think
really the thing. The mass marketability has shifted towards the interests of women nowadays and what women find attractive about men. And it is softer men. It is men with softer features, men who can have longer hair, men who
Mm,
can be more sensitive like this. And I
yeah.
do think that's part of why, in turn, like why they've done what they've done with Anduin, is they tried to put him in this place where he can be marketable to that crowd and also to straight men.
Yeah. Like the sweating holding in with uh how do we fix him? And by fix him I mean market him away from we need to get
Yeah,
men
because like I
interested too.
think like despite the fact that like all the changes they did with Anduin, especially recently, like I don't see him as like I see him as like partially having been redesigned to appeal to like cis straight men. I think that was
I
like a
think
If
reaction to
nothing
the
else, it
fact that
was
like a lot
also
of the
narratively motivated, which
yeah.
works in part with it. It'll be a question of if he keeps this indefinitely, which so far he is, even though he has in fact returned to Stormwind and has access to a razor and a shower.
also can I just say something? I wanna say something too. Get too off topic as well. Just and everyone boo me. Rathian versus Arator. Hold on.
uh,
It's irritating to me personally because it's so frustrating because if you wanted a character entering an expansion who didn't know things reasonably didn't know things about the air quotes expansion that they were heading into and the cultures that they would be being exposed to. Rathian, who is raised by mortal and a dragon, and he's never been exposed to dragon culture except dragons who wanted to kill him, being able to go to an island where it's like all these dragons reconnecting with their culture, and the devs were like, damn, we don't really know what story to write with him. Fuck.
Oh yeah,
That's
and we
crazy to
were
me.
we were
That's
talking about
crazy.
like Faerun being a good alternative to the way they
Faerun.
wrote Arator. She has no clue about she's a paladin, she's strong with the light, but she has
She's
no
never
clue
been to
about how
Paladin.
like paladins on Az like the rest of
yeah,
Azeroth in the Eastern Kingdoms worship the light.
I mentioned Salandria, but having Theron be the co-protagonist to Arator would be so easy. That would be such a slam dunk pairing to use.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. So we're gonna probably see less of Faerun in like lead role until we get to any sort of a rare thing because you know what I'm gonna say. She needs to play orbit woman to a man.
Yeah,
I'm winking here. I'm winking because we can't let men and women be friends in Warcraft. They need to immediately have one man character blush and go wah, wah, oh my god, she's being cute, wah, and then we get a straight romance. Yeah, everyone clap right now. It's some amazing right. Anyway, laughs aside though, you had two really good like Rathian's was just a drop. You had a perfect character who knew nothing about the culture and was eager to like know more, and you could have had like a guiding him as an anchor character. You drop the ball. You have Arator, who, like we've said, there is nothing technically wrong with his story. It just doesn't feel right for him, and it's something.
It's like a character being somehow less than the sum of his parts. Like it's like the
Yeah,
opposite prop. It's like the opposite of having it's just like all the parts, you know, just kind of like clash when you put them all together. Like the overdeveloping the character design, the fact that he's like acting immature for his age and his experience.
but pushed as still incredibly likable and relatable, and you should
A
like this
Boy
character
Scout, yeah.
even when he's being air quotes stupid. The narrative never goes, damn, he's being a dumbass. Like Zul'Jan and Zul'Jara, they had a good balance. Like Zul'Jan did make mistakes, and Zul'Jara's like cursing under her breath at him, but she's not like, I need to now. Like she even those end stay a while. She's like, what do you want me to do? Kill my fucking brother? Is that what you want? And she's like, don't be stupid. I do forgive him all the time because he's my brother, and he's always been a pain in my ass.
Also, we can like empathize with where Zul'Jan is coming from too, you know.
But no one does that with Arator though. Arator's like, oh, I'm such a great guy. Oh my god, I didn't know that. And you just go, Arator, don't worry. Don't worry. You're learning. It's a full
So like the thing that also like rubs me the wrong way is like with his storyline in the MSQ is like Alonzus Fowl, who's like one of the most powerful priests of all time, even though he's undead, so he's kind of like hurt by the light. He like everything that's happening at the Sunwell, like he just like completely like stops whatever he's doing to like personally like help Arator through this like crisis that he's like going through, and Arator isn't even helping at the Sunwell. So it's just kind
Yeah.
of like everything is grinding to a halt to kind of focus on this one character and his problems and his misery, when like really like what he's going through is like piddling compared to like the greater threat that's like literally like happening a few feet away from them. So
Mm.
it also, I think, kind of hurts Arator in that he's a paladin, he's like strong in the light, but he's not helping the Sunwell. Like we've got bigger threats, that are kind of going on, and he can't put all that aside. He's kind of moping around in Silvermoon. That also makes him kind of unsympathetic because he's just kind of like focused on like, oh, my dad, and and he's not helping with the
Alright.
greater threat.
Which I will say, in fairness, that does tie back to what I was talking about earlier of the reason why Arator's journey works is because we have that downtime. He's not needed anywhere else, so we don't need to say he's a terrible person because he's making it all about himself.
It's a very fine line. I'll say between both of your points. He is. It's a little bit ridiculous how he is. That's the most contrived part. I actually do think of the story
Oh,
that he's like.
they absolutely make him throw a tantrum, and he is acting way too young for how he's supposed to be. If he had that same kind of mopiness, but it was more like resigned service because he is a 40-year-old man who knows how to be a paladin, and then have Alonsus go, "You should be here because you want to be here, not because you have to be here. Let's try and fix this." That would have made more sense for his character.
Exactly, and it's just, if anything, Arator should just be more in shock. He should be like, my father seemed really like I got in like he attacked me, but luckily I wasn't severely injured. Like I was okay, right? And he's like, why did my father act like he's gonna kill that troll? Like I mean, yeah, the troll was like baited. That was some real anger I saw. That was a bit upsetting seeing that in my father. And Val being like, well, maybe we should get back to basics. Like, maybe that will get your mind off of it a bit in a sense. Like, let's go do some.
I think it's just like having the plot like kind of grind to a halt so we can walk Arator through the ABCs of like being a paladin and realizing that, oh, the light isn't good in excess. Like, it has these downsides to it. Like
It's still, can I just say one extra thing too on that point? So, what did we say when we went to the fucking Scarlet Crusade, Scarlet Hall, forget what it is, and we start punching that Scarlet fucking Crusader, and she's like, I submit, I've lost my faith in this organization ages ago. Please let me go free. She ain't gonna change.
Fuck those
That
Forsaken, though. Gotta murder all those Forsaken.
Oh my god! All these Scarlet Crusaders and Red Dawn people are all just gonna be like, I promise I won't be evil, and our main character's like, all right then,
That's
all
why I'm
right.
really worried for what they seem to be setting up as some kind of Lordaeron story, like maybe a delve there, maybe just a small sub patch. Because so far the only narrative setup we have for that is Kalia Menethil redeeming the Scarlet Crusaders.
Oh, I'm not looking for that. That's actually one of the things. A cold shiver went down my spine just then. I already don't like the I mean, I feel like that's a pretty. I feel like most people who play World of Warcraft and have the head on the shoulders are like, oh.
I
But
mean,
the
they
thing,
are fun villains. I like having them around. It is fun having a parasitic fascist group, but it is a cult of ideology that at this point has nothing to do with the original gripe. It is entirely people doing like return to old tradition fantasies.
yeah, exactly.
Because anyone who was an actual Lordaeron is dead.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's fucking gone now. And the thing is, too, is this idea and mindset. Like, it's sparing your enemy is fine, but you can't tell me in a quest where we're beating the fucking stuffing out of this, right? Down in fucking Scarlet Crusade area, and we're almost killing it. And she goes, I yield, believed in the Scarlet Crusade. What's that saying? World of Warcraft devs, torture doesn't work. Because of course she's gonna say that, because she's gonna die. She's gonna be like, I never was a Scarlet Crusader, I hate the Scarlet Crusade, I swear I'll never do any Scarlet Crusading again. Maybe that's a good plot point. Maybe they're gonna make this all back and bite us on the arse. But I like, like people are like, why didn't Danath Trollbane kill, Miss Glasses in the Red Dawn quest? I understand why. Like, that isn't actually a very difficult one to understand. They wanted to come back as a villain, keep her alive.
Is why they should have killed the lieutenant. They should have had Theron kill the lieutenant there, showing
Yeah.
her fall from optimism, and then Danath can talk about the issues and how he still sees hope in Theron. But again, Theron is in that same position as Anduin and Arator, where they can't actually do something wrong. They can only get close and be pulled from the brink.
The Venn diagram. I need to do it, and I'm like, don't make Anduin again, and then they make Anduin again, and I'm like, fuck. And Anduin's a great character in a sense, like what we've talked about, but he does fall prey to that issue that he could never do. And that Arator and Faerun are never going to do anything. I'm actually even a little bit worried to know what Faerun's future story will be with Arathi, which I was expecting her to like. Originally, when they introduced the Arathi and Faerun, I can understand Faerun's head. The mainland's really, really strict. Like they were like really, really, But the idea, what I was hoping, basically, when we got to that point, was Faerun basically folding and being like, it's what I want to protect my family and I want to protect my homeland, so I'm going to fold and I'm just going to go with the Arathi and their beliefs, because I can't bear to see them sacrifice. As much as I aren't really engaged with them, that sort of comes first to me. And I was like, that'll be a really good point. I don't think it's going to be that. I think it's Faerun like, why, don't do this. I've learned the other ways, stuff like that. Again, they can't let their good characters fail. Like, have that. They're trying with the other characters now to do that, and that's great. Like I said, we've seen that. But there's certain subsets of characters that they're a little bit too. And like with Faerun, they've already, like I was saying to Sil, they've already kind of trapped themselves in a box that they made Faerun a black woman. And now you need to be careful about how you write her. As much as it's like we shouldn't have to be that, you do still need that sort of element of, okay, we've got to watch out just a little bit. It's like with Rathian, like I always say with Rathian, it's not that he can't make mistakes or act childish or stuff like that. It's when, you're saying it's okay to punch him in the face, you're a supremely racist of like fan base, and be like, you can punish this brown man without repercussion because he's a nasty, character. You can punch him in the head. It's so funny, guys. That's bad. And it's like with Faerun now, you can't, like, if they're setting up to have a romantic relationship with Anduin, they can't just chuck her aside because then it's the discarded black girlfriend. You can't have her turn evil or like hold beliefs, because then it's like your only black character in a main role is holding these things, and your very racist fan base is going to see this and want to punish her. It's a bog mine. They've created a bog for them, created a can of worms, and they need to be so careful about how they act about this character in the future. And people are just like, I love Faerun, she's so sweet, and I'm like, you can't stay like that forever and be an intriguing character. But at the same time, you're gonna have to be so careful, like, because WoW's player base is full of misogynists and racists, and also people who are willing to like allow the writers to make less than, so not besmirch this character in any way that creates basically a static character. Anyway, I'm reading I'm reading the future.
I'm gonna rein us in a little bit. Do we want to still talk about like Arator, or do we want to move on to Voidstorm?
Okay, fine.
I was actually going to ask.
Yes.
We do have more to talk about, and I actually need to go to bed soon. Do we want to do a part 2 for this?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. Porter, did you want to get your Murder Row and Windrunner Spire rants in now, or could that also wait for
no,
part 2?
I already got my Windrunner Spire one.
Okay.
And I
Murder
think
Row?
Murder Row, I kind of already talked about all the. Didn't mention the explicit stuff about the fell things, so
Yeah.
that was going to be tying to the green. But
Tied into the green, but we talked about basically
yes,
the progression and construction and the ideas behind the Blood Elves there.
but it also gives us more time to do side quests.
Oh, true.
And
Yeah, okay.
themes. I think we should talk about themes too. More.
Yeah,
Yes.
themes
More than
with
we've
our next one.
already have done so far. Hey everyone, Editor Zul'Aman here. So like we just discussed, we will be continuing this conversation in a future video. I will post a link here at the end of this one once that video is uploaded, and it will be discussing things like Voidstorm, side quests, general themes, and maybe get to the max level campaign. Or we might save that for a part 3, depending on how much more we have to say about the base Midnight expansion. Anyways, thank you all for listening, and hope to see you again for part 2.